आज आज हम स्टोरी मोड कंटिन्यू करेंगे। ये कहाँ से चल गया?
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
थोड़े बहुत अचीवमेंट कंप्लीट हो गए, अच्छी बात है। जैसे हमारा 29 लेवल हो चुका है अभी एक हफ्ते में, और हमारे करंट थोड़ी ग्राफिक बढ़ानी चाहिए क्या? ग्राफिक बढ़ा लेते हैं, थोड़ी सी ग्राफिक्स मीडियम पे करके खेलते हैं। 60 FPS ओवरक्लॉक्ड, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। वो मेरा ये ऑन हो चुका है, पता नहीं क्यों मैं किसी को इनवाइट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ। स्टोरी मोड खेलेंगे। पीछे जाना था। इसको हेल्थ के लिए आओ, मैंने सबने बोला मेरे को हेल्थ के लिए, हेल्थ में मदद करती है। ये क्या हो गया? मेरा स्ट्रीम बंद हो गया क्या? पता नहीं चल रहा है। नहीं चल गया, चल गया। अच्छा मेरा स्ट्रीम बंद हो गया, डिले हो गया स्ट्रीम।
One Book House. Guess this is where we go to buy books in Liyue. Should we ask here if they have a cup?
Feel free to look around. There's no obligation to buy.
We're looking for the Liyue volume of the Teyvat Travel Guide. Do you have it in stock?
Sorry, dear. We stopped stocking that a very long time ago. It just wasn't selling.
Huh? But the Mondstadt volume was so interesting. Bummer.
The thing is, the author made it too personal, and the result wasn't really much of a guide. It barely sold any copies, and the few travelers that did buy it made complaints afterward.
Well, that's a shame. The Mondstadt volume was a good read, even just as an adventurer's diary.
The fact remains that I don't have it in stock. If you must read it, try your luck at Chang the Ninth's place.
Who's Chang the Ninth?
A book collector who lives in Chingsa village. He's a complete grouch, but he will behave himself if the conversation is about books. He was a regular customer here back when he lived in Liyue Harbor, and I still send him the odd out-of-print book or two every now and then.
Did somebody say out-of-print books? Is there a chance that Volume 6 of Legend of the Shattered Halberd is also in his collection? Apologies, my liege. Where are my manners? My name is Sing Cho, a humble literature enthusiast who happened to be passing by. Since you and I are both in search of lost books, what say we travel together to Mount Chingsa and pay a visit to Chang the Ninth? Just take it as a chance to get some respite from the hustle and bustle of Liyue Harbor. We all need that once in a while.
अरे मेरा स्ट्रीम बंद क्यों हो रहा है? बार-बार रहते हैं इस स्ट्रीम को, क्या हो रहा है? चलो सीन
are
ऐसे
you buying
स्ट्रीम
or
बंद
not?
होगा तो
Auto reconfiguration is an essential function.
किधर जाना है? एक तो टेलीपोर्ट करते हुए कंफ्यूज हो जाता हूँ कौन सा क्लोज कौन सा मतलब कौन सा पास है कौन सा दूर है करके। किसको ढूंढना है इसको? नहीं मेरे को ढूंढने वाला सीन सबसे घटिया लगता है। कोई क्लू नहीं दे रखा है इन लोगों ने।
This is the kind of surprise I could sing about.
जो जो चीज चमक रही सब पे जाएगा मेरे पास। नीचे तो नहीं जाना है, ऊपर ही जाना है। ढूंढ लिया क्या हुआ?
The heavens are smiting me to smithereens. Uh-huh. And what do you want? Come on, spit it out.
We've heard you've got tons of old books lying around, and we want to borrow the Liyue volume of the Teyvat Travel Guide.
Huh. Don't get me started on the topic of my books. After the chasm was sealed off, the family mining business started going south. Then the Fatui started working to sabotage me. To pay off my debts, I had no choice but to pawn off my beloved book collection. Wrong. That was my life's work. I devoted my entire life to curating, collecting, caring for them, and now they're gone. Gone, I tell you. It's useless ranting and raving at you like this. All I can do is try to save enough Mora to buy them back. Unless you have other business here, I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. Off you go. Go on, go.
Please tell me that you didn't pawn Volume 6 of Legend of the Shattered Halberd.
Legend of the Shattered Halberd? There's a title I haven't heard in a long time. You have good taste, my boy.
What? But we don't?
That work was an epic-defining masterpiece. Granted, it was almost unknown at the time it was published, but over time it was the work that came to define the genre of martial arts novels and sparked a plethora of imitation works. Barely any copies of the first edition were ever printed.
The later edition inexplicably went out of print, almost as soon as it was released. A shame, given what it allegedly added to the original story.
Yes, that's right. How did I forget? The original edition's 6th volume of that work is so rare. I could never bring myself to pawn it no matter how much I needed the money.
You mean you still have it?
Yes. It is my one and only remaining treasure.
Hey, Chang. You've got some nerve keeping me and my boss waiting like this. I need an answer. Will you sell the core lapis or not?
अरे भाई सर और क्या?
I'm sure you don't need me to remind you that if you mess with Gentry Moutsai, you're
कंटिन्यू कर
messing
रहे हैं
with the
मैं स्टोरी
Fatui.
को। हाँ मैं स्टोरी पहले कंप्लीट करना चाहता हूँ थोड़ा,
Oh,
इसीलिए स्टोरी
You
कंप्लीट कर
again.
लेते हैं।
but you know I can't afford to
वैसे
give a
29 लेवल
70%
हो चुका है
discount
अभी
on the
हमारा,
price.
30 लेवल होने
I'd
वाला है
never be able to buy my collection back.
और हमें एक और कैरेक्टर मिल चुका है अभी। मैं ऑफलाइन स्ट्रीम पे अपना विश किया था।
That's your business. The
एक new
question
character.
is, do you want your books or do you want food on your plate? Perhaps
You.
Whoa there, friend. Come on. This gentleman is either willing to make a deal or he's not. You can't force him to sell against his will.
Bennett, ये कौन है?
just who do you think you are? Keep your nose out of other people's business.
My liege, I am but one who comes to the aid of this gentleman in his moment of need. I am Xingqiu, disciple of the Guhua clan.
Guhua clan? Did you hear this clown? He thinks he's a Guhua master in this day and age. Oh, there was me thinking the last granddads of Guhua had keeled over and died by now. Who were you supposed to be then, huh? Some sort of Guhua messiah?
Justice is blind to our backgrounds, my friend. That just makes me someone trying to do the right thing. But you? The weasel who does the tiger's bidding may be less powerful than his master, but he is no less guilty.
Get a load of this guy. Just you wait. You'll be sorry you crossed me. And you, Chang, you're selling that core lapis whether you like it or not.
Oh, how the wolves prey upon the fallen tiger. My days are numbered.
So, just to come back to what we were talking about earlier, could I get a yay or nay about borrowing that book?
बॉय मिला है वैसे तो बॉय।
Oh, what does it matter now? I can't
दिखाता हूँ
expect
मैं ये
anybody to
स्टोरी
care about
मतलब
me
थोड़ा सा
anymore.
ये बातचीत खत्म करें इसका दिखाता
But
हूँ।
since you did stick up for me, please just take this book and leave me in peace.
3 long years I have waited for this day. Words cannot express my gratitude. I, Xingqiu, vow to repay this great act of generosity.
All right,
नए
give it a
बंडल में
rest.
से है जो नया
Just
क्रेट आया ना
bring
उसके
it
अंदर
back when
से।
you're finished. Sorry, but I'm not about to put my hopes in some self-professed Guhua disciple.
Hey, where are you going? We've still got a job to do over here.
अभी दिखाता हूँ ये देखो ये रहा
Bombs.
लास्ट में ये मिला है। ये कल शायद से कल ही तो आया था ये है 20 लेवल पे। मैं इसको अपग्रेड किया थोड़ा सा। कैसा है? सही है। मुझे इतना कैरेक्टर के बारे में कुछ इसके बारे में पता भी नहीं क्या। टेक्निकल गेमर वही पर मैं इसको इस्तेमाल नहीं कर रहा। मैं अपना ये कैरेक्टर 50 लेवल का कर दिया। मेन कैरेक्टर जो हमारा है मैं इसको भी कैली को भी 50 कर दिया।
Where are you?
सही है ना? इसका पावर भी सही कर दिया मैं मतलब अपग्रेड करके। बट मैं इसको यूज़ करता हूँ ज़्यादा फाइट में। ये दो यूज़ करता हूँ। इसको हील के लिए करता हूँ। पूछ रहा करते क्या है? अरे कुछ नहीं करते। स्टोरी गेम है, स्टोरी की तरह खेलते हैं। इसका ग्राफिक देख तू, ग्राफिक्स बहुत अच्छे बैलेंस पे खेल रहा हूँ मैं। मतलब मस्त गेम है। खेलेगा आदत पड़ जाएगी। आदत पड़ेगी तो तेरे को अच्छा लगेगा जैसे मेरे को लग रहा है। मैं 1 हफ्ते से इसकी लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ 5-5 घंटों की। ये क्या है? BGMI तो शायद ये 1 बैन हो। अभी वैसे हम इसका स्टोरी मोड कर रहे हैं।
You like reading, huh? Mr. 5-second hero?
स्टोरी वाला गेम पर तो इसमें ओपन वर्ल्ड है ना, स्टोरी तो कर सकते हैं हम, ओपन वर्ल्ड में भी
I
तो घूम
never
सकते
saw
हैं।
that coming.
मैं भी स्टोरी मोड कर रहा हूँ, ऑफलाइन में ओपन वर्ल्ड में अपना लेवल इंक्रीज करता हूँ। मतलब सही गेम है, ओपन वर्ल्ड है, 16 GB का गेम है।
Shincho? Anybody in there?
No wonder
सिर्फ
this book
तेरी
is so
इच्छा है
highly
स्टोरी
sought
करनी है नहीं
after.
करनी है, ओपन वर्ल्ड के मजे ले सकता है।
How can they bully poor old Chang the Ninth like this? Forcing him to sell his ore for dirt cheap? It's daylight robbery, pure and simple.
Don't forget me. I'm in too.
Oh, so now you can hear what we're saying.
The reason I borrowed this book is that it would be a real pity if Chang the Ninth ended up having to pawn it. And I meant every word I said to Chang the Ninth. I will return his act of kindness. It is the just thing to do. I will be custodian of this book, and I will also help find a way to buy back the rest of his collection. Of course I do. An initial plan anyway. I still need to work out the details. Give me a second to reflect. It shan't take but a moment.
You're still here? What is this, a game to you? You think no one's really gonna get hurt? I gotta hand it to the Goofball clan. What you lack in numbers and talent, you make up for in guts. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Goofball clan? I meant Goohua clan. That's what you goofballs call it, right?
There's a saying that goes, the insect that shakes the oak tree ludicrously overestimates its ability.
Quit quoting proverbs at me, you buffoon!
Please leave this place. I will not tolerate an attempt to coerce an honest trader, especially when the one you seek to threaten is one to whom I owe a debt of gratitude.
It's cute that you want to stick your neck out for Chang and all. But you picked the wrong time, you little punk. I brought the Fatui to back me up. A whole army of you and your little Guhua buddies wouldn't be able to help you now.
फाइट करना चाहता है क्या ये?
I may be young, my liege, but the path I have chosen makes me no stranger to conflict. Why should I cower in the face of evil?
Oh, great speech. But now it's time for you to learn your lesson.
चलो थोड़ा लड़ लेते हैं
Are
इनकी ऐसी की
you
तैसी।
here to play with
अरे अरे इसको
body and mind?
इसको क्या बात है? इसको कंट्रोल कर सकता है मैं?
No, my sword! Time to
मैं चलो इसी से मारेंगे, क्या दिक्कत है? पहले इन
over here.
So very bored.
Time to act.
मैं वो खत्म कर सकता हूँ एक बार स्विच करके अपना।
You really know how to get
अरे
me going.
अपग्रेड कर रहा हूँ, कुछ दिन काम में आएगा ये। इसका डैमेज ज़्यादा कर दिया।
Amuse myself a little.
That really hurt.
मैं उतना अभी फाइट नहीं करने में अच्छा।
The more, the merrier. Over here.
आ गई जैसे कैसे आवाज़ें निकाल रही है मेरी।
I thought that was just a regular pendant you were wearing, not a vision. You won this round, but you better watch your back. This isn't over.
Would it be too much to hope they've
डर गया
learned
बालक।
their lesson? No, you misunderstand. That fellow has a foul mouth, to be sure. But his assessment of the state of the Guhua clan is, well, not exactly incorrect, I suppose. Though I long to restore Guhua to its former glory, it is no easy task.
They've gone for now, but they'll be back looking to cause more trouble before long.
I'll see to it that no harm comes to those who show me kindness. There is a just and unjust way to do business. And it's not like the Fatui to pick sides in a business dispute. but the confident demeanor of their errand boy suggests there is substance to his words. There must be a deeper level of collusion at work here. He mentioned Gentry Mautai. I know this name. He has a stately residence in Liyue Harbor. Maybe the two of you could go and investigate.
That idea works. But what are you gonna do?
Me? I have other things to look into. Let me see. Let us meet at Yujing Terrace in Liyue Harbor in a bit.
You really have stuff to do? Are you sure you're not just using us as your errand runners?
Wow, so that's how that turned out. This whole passage is just extraordinary.
Ugh, this guy is so annoying! Paimon just wants to slap him right in his stupid face! Fine, but as per tradition, Paimon gets to pick an ugly nickname for him. From now on, he shall be known as Guhua Geek.
नाम रख दिया इसका भी.
You go first. No need to wait for me. One more page and I'll go and stretch my legs. Just...
मैं इसको अपग्रेड नहीं कर सकता हूँ, पता नहीं. इसके लिए मेरे को ये चाहिए बीटल था. ये बीटल चाहिए मेरे को इसके लिए. ये मिलेगा किधर, किसी को पता है क्या ये बीटल किधर मिलता है? बीटल टाइप का जो भी है. इसका डैमेज कम है बस. फिर ये वैसे 29 लेवल हो चुका है, एक लेवल बचा है 30 होने में.
I can't wait to see my adorable daughter again.
मेरे को जाना पीछे है क्या? देखता हूँ. पीछे जाना है, मैं उछल कूद कर इधर रहा हूँ. क्या मैं मजे लेने के लिए इधर उधर चढ़ रहा हूँ बस. इसकी फूल पत्तियाँ खत्म कर दूंगा इधर से. पूरा घूम फिर के इधर आया मैं.
Who goes there? Really? He didn't mention anything about a meeting. The Master's dealing with some urgent business today. All prior appointments have been cancelled.
Urgent business? What is it?
The Master's been working on a major business deal recently. He left early this morning to meet with a VIP client.
So, where is he now?
I'm sorry. The Master is stressed that we must not disclose that information to just anyone. No, I mean, yes. Yes, you are. I meant no offense. Please, believe me. I'm sorry. Master's currently in business negotiations at Shinya Kiosk. I beg for your mercy, please. My master will show me no leniency if he finds out.
Well, my master has much more important things to do than talking to rude guards like you. Luckily for you, your bad attitude will be the last thing on his mind when he's busy negotiating a big business deal with your boss.
Thank you. May your business forever be blessed by the Lord of Geo.
Nice work! Paimon never knew you were such a tough negotiator. Paimon compliments and all, but treating Paimon to some tasty snacks would show that you really mean it. Anyway, seems like the VIP client in question must be one of the Fatui. In that case, let's get ourselves over to the Shinue kiosk. Seems business is booming at the Shinue kiosk. No one should notice if we blend in there. But either way, if we want to know what kind of shady business they're up to, we better be careful.
ये पानी नहीं देखता मैं कभी भी। ये चिपकलियों की तरह ऊपर चढ़ दी पहले मैं। अभी भी मैं चढ़ने की जगह ढूंढ रहा हूँ ऊपर। पैदल तो मेरे को ऐसे जाना ही नहीं सीढ़ियों से।
I understand. I do. Please do not worry. You have my word that the order will be completed as promised.
The subordinate I sent was not quite so optimistic in his appraisal. Is somebody being uncooperative?
We just ran into a minor procurement problem, is all. We haven't managed to purchase the core lapis, but it's nothing for you to worry about. If Chang the Ninth won't sell, I can buy from someone else.
That would be most ideal.
New character
I
है क्या?
remind you
Villain है?
again that the Fatui care only about the result. We are willing to lend a certain degree of support to this transaction. But if it is not completed in time, you may suddenly find our goodwill comes at a price you cannot afford.
I understand. I am indebted to you for your protection. You know I would not dream of disappointing you.
We shall see when the time comes.
Darn that old man Chang.
So, Mr. Gentry Moutsai is colluding with the Fatui. Who knows if Gua Geek has made any progress? Should we go tell him? You said you had other things to look into, as if you're some sort of man of mystery. When actually, all you meant was you wanted somewhere new to park your backside while you read your book.
I see. I guessed as much.
Did you really guess, or are you just saying that to sound clever?
The course of action we must take is now clear. To start with, please deliver this letter to the Feiyun Commerce Guild. They will know what to do. my liege. For reasons that I cannot explain, I will be unable to join you. There is no need for you to read the contents of the letter. When the time comes...
Ugh, this writing is super hard to read. Paimon can't make heads or tails of it.
Hence why I said there's no need for you to read it. The Feiyun Commerce Guild will have someone who can understand it.
But why would you want to get them involved? They're one of the bigwig commerce guilds in Liyue. Why would they want to help us? Since we got to Liyue, Paimon keeps hearing people mention it. Seems they oversee a lot of business that goes on around here. Having such big backing would be great and all, but are you sure they'd want to help?
No need to worry about that. From what I know, they share my sense of chivalry. Once they have read the carefully reasoned and passionately argued case I put forth in this letter, they will certainly be moved to action. Gentry Moutsai must be taught a lesson he will never forget. This is something we cannot do on our own. Also, I do not wish for anyone else to know of my involvement in this.
Why not? You're only doing this to try and help Chang the Ninth, right?
To silently disappear at the matter's conclusion, concealing one's name and contribution. This is the chivalrous thing to do. To savor the memory is ample reward. Each droplet of kindness I receive, I am duty-bound to repay with a welling spring of gratitude. I seek neither praise nor reward.
That sounds very lovely. But be honest, you just want them to do it so you can carry on reading your book, don't you?
Thank you in advance for delivering this letter to the Feiyun Commerce Guild. Someone from the guild should be able to receive you near Lioli Pavilion.
Hey! Stop ignoring Paimon!
इसको लेटर पहुंचाने का है, यही सब काम मिलेगा मेरे को। लेटर पहुंचाने का काम दे रखा है मेरे को, डाकिया समझ लिया इन लोगों ने एकदम से।
Excuse us, we come bearing news of a matter requiring your assistance. It's all in this letter.
A letter? Oh, I see. This again. Oh, don't mind me. I was just speculating. Let me give this a read.
Can we actually read this thing? Is it even written in the common tongue?
Yes, the script is inimitable by the uninitiated. Honored guests, you must both be wary from your long journey. Please allow the Feiyun Commerce Guild to be your host for tonight. Please rest assured that the matter written about has been duly received. We just need some time to prepare. Please take a seat here in Lioli Pavilion, where you may enjoy some light refreshments while taking in the ocean view. Consider it a small token of our esteem.
Yay! Tasty snacks! They're giving us the VIP treatment!
Of course. We treat visitors with the utmost respect here at the Feiyun Commerce Guild. When honored guests grace us with their presence, far be it from us to shirk our duty to them. Please, this way.
And
Paimon thought we'd get kicked out, or turned away at the door. Paimon didn't think Guhua Geek had so much clout.
Thank you for your patience. With the amount of wealth and power Gentry Moutsai has, it will take more than a slap on the wrist to get through to him. For him to correct the error of his ways, he must feel for himself the same suffering he has inflicted on Chang the Ninth. Since Gentry Moutsai's business has to do with core lapis, we simply need to buy up all the stock there is in Liyue. That will put deprived of the necessary raw materials. Even the best craftsperson in Tevat would be unable to make their product.
Great idea! That'll be sure to mess things up between him and the Fatui. But Liyue is huge. Is it really possible to buy up every last bit of core lapis in the harbor?
With the timescale we are on, it is indeed a challenge. Hence, as stated in the letter, we must ask for your further cooperation in the matter. First, there are a number of vendors in the city you will need to buy from. I've marked their respective locations on your map. There is also some unsold core lapis at the chasm. you will need to... Finally, there is Chang the Ninth's badge.
Alrighty, so 3 sellers in the city, another one at the chasm, and then Ching the Ninth. Roger that!
Of course, we are not expecting you to cover the costs.
Wow, so many more! With cash like this, Paimon could rent out Leoli Pavilion and eat there for a whole month!
Well, this is not the first time we've had to do something like this. It's just par for the course now. All you need to do is strike a deal. The Feiyun Commerce Guild will handle the transportation and other trifling matters. Once you have purchased all the core lapis, please proceed to the Feiyun Commerce Guild's warehouse, where you can see the rest of the plan unfold.
Gotta hand it to Guhua Geek. This is some seriously solid work for a guy who lives in a fantasy world. Let's do this in the order the guy said. First the sellers in the city, then the chasm, and then last but not least, Chang the Ninth. Woo! Ah!
Good day, my friend. My apologies, but I'm out of stock at the moment. Please. Oh, I thought you were here to purchase Snezhnayan products. No, that I still have, although I ship it all to factories in Snezhnaya. I don't do retail. Too much hassle, not enough return. Sorry. What? No. Give me a second to think. All right, I'll do it. Just need you to sign for it. Clearly no shortage of cash flow in Liyue. I should open a store here.
इसके सामने से इसका माल पानी
Oi!
डालो।
Shh! Keep your voice down. All of it? Though my business may not seem so big, I should warn you that I can get what you need, both legitimately and not so legitimately. Best you give me an actual number. All of it would be far more than you actually want. What are you saying? Of course my business is all above board. If it's for the Feiyun Commerce Guild, then sign on the dotted line, and I'll start getting things in order right away.
You can't beat the atmosphere.
Let the show begin. Da da da. La la la.
सन है ब्रो एनिमे वाला ने पूरा पूरा नाम रख रखा तुमने तो
Hi, anything I can do for you? You want all my core lapis? I've already agreed to several orders. That said, none are in writing. Oh, it's for the Feiyun Commerce Guild? Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Come, let us sign a contract. Don't worry about my prior client. He hadn't made any down payments or anything. Quite common in the industry. Thank you for your patronage. We hope the Feiyun Commerce Guild will continue to do business with us.
टेलीपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, इतनी दूर तो जाएंगे भी नहीं। ये तो हद से ज़्यादा दूर हो गया। कोई नहीं, थोड़े बंदे मारते मुड़ते जाएंगे। @night अरे कौन है भाई?
Boing, boing, boom!
Keep moving! Bring it on!
डैमेज इंक्रीज कर दिया मैं इसको अपग्रेड करके। हम बड़े उससे आइटम से फाइट कर सकते हैं, पर अभी नहीं। ये लेते हैं, फाइट लेते हैं।
La la la. Let's dance.
ले भाग गया है तो फाइट के बीच में।
Freeze!
फिर भाग गया।
Fracture!
देगा देड़ा कैसा?
I got a situation! Cool it! Oh, so sorry.
छोड़ दिया लौंडे। सिंगल में ऐसी फाइट लेने में मजा आता है इसका शील्ड तोड़ने देता हूँ, इसका शील्ड टूटेगा ना, मजा आ जाएगा। कुछ नहीं है।
I got a situation!
शील्ड तोड़ दे। 1000 का डैमेज है। इनको भी ठोक देते हैं, अभी आ गए पूरे मजे ले गए। मारता हूँ इनको। शील्ड बनाया गया है। और कोई है क्या? भीड़ लेते हैं इन लोग से थे। स्टोरी देख देख के सब लोग पक जाते हैं मुझे।
I'm liking the look of this.
ये एरिया पूरा खाली कर देते हैं। पीछे से एक आ रहा है, आइटम आ रहा है वो।
Don't get frostbite.
ऐसा है क्या?
Dodge, don't push your luck.
इसको पहले पकड़ेंगे। इधर आ।
We got a situation. Really?
गया मैं तो ये तो।
Come on, we can do it.
See, just follow my intuition.
Let the show begin.
बगल में जाके मैं स्टोरी कंप्लीट कर सकता हूँ। नहीं तो ये बकचोदी करने का पूरा। ना इजी है इनको मारना। ऐसे अबे ये क्या था, ध्यान नहीं दिया। मैं इतना अपग्रेड कर दिया ना अपने आप को।
See, just follow my intuition.
चलो बहुत हो गया, स्टोरी करते हैं आगे।
Hello there. Are you in charge of the core lapis here?
Aha, finally. I thought you might come. I hear the Feiyun Commerce Guild has been buying up all the core lapis stock in Liu Harbor. As it happens, I do have a batch of core lapis that hasn't been shipped yet. It's all yours. The original buyer's price was already quite high, so... The best I can do is 7 million mora.
Are you serious? We spent less than 100,000 mora on the rest of Leo's stock put together.
I'm afraid it has to go to the highest bidder. I'm breaching an existing agreement by selling to you, so it has to be worth my while. Look, you have your problems to deal with and I have mine. You can take it or leave it. So if you're not buying, please leave me alone.
All right. We'll pay, even if it is a ridiculous price. When we get back, we'll just have to tell the guild that we'll sell to this gentleman at 4 times the normal price in the future.
Wait, surely there's no need for that. Please, don't do this. It's not even your money. Why be so frugal with it?
It might be the guild's money, but we'll have a tough time explaining to our boss why we spent so much in one go. If he asks, all we can do is mention your name and say you gouged us over the price.
I understand. I'm sorry, please. I don't want any trouble with the guild. There's just one other thing, though. There's been an issue with the delivery of this batch. Several carts were ambushed by hilly churls. I don't know where exactly, but if I can't retrieve the goods, I can't sell them to you either. So, maybe you could go and look for the carts? There should be 5 of them in total. If you can find them all and tell me where they are, I'll sign the contract right away. Oh, yes, of course. I mean, I do hope to carry on doing business in Liu in the future.
That's that then. Well, no time to lose. Come on!
Why the long face? You're alive, aren't you?
Oh yeah! We found it! Check out all that core lapis! Make a note of the location. We'll send the Feiyun Commerce Guild to collect it later.
पांच ढूंढने अपने को ये रहा दूसरा
Paimon Sea. Yep, that's it.
साथ में फाइट भी कर लेते हैं थोड़ी सी एक और ढूंढते हैं इसके बाद करेंगे फाइट
I'll protect us. La la la. Da da da.
You don't want to do this.
That's it, all right. That's a big old stash of core lapis. Let's dance.
हमको इसी एरिया में रहकर ढूंढना है 3 मिल चुके हैं 2 और रहे और
Let's just hope the rain hasn't washed all the clues away.
डोर किधर होंगे? तीन तो दिख रहे हैं, दो और नहीं दिख रहे हैं। अच्छा एक इधर है।
Another one down.
एक लास्ट। नीचे तो नहीं होगा, इधर ही होना था, इधर ही होना चाहिए। ये रहा।
Here we go! Loads of core lapis here! Quick, make a note of the location! That guy said there were 5 carts in total, so that should be all of them. Let's get back!
टेलीस्कोप यूड दे देंगे।
This has all been quite exhausting for poor little Paimon. He definitely owes Paimon some snacks.
इसको लेवल 2 करना पड़ेगा। ये अच्छा है पर लेवल 1 पे उतना डैमेज नहीं करता। हाँ इसको अपग्रेड करने का ही, इसको अपग्रेड नहीं हुआ है। इसका बेसिक डैमेज 147 है। नहीं डिफेंस डैमेज पड़ रहा है। वाह नसा। वैसे में ये रॉक मतलब पत्थर किस चीज़ में काम आते हैं? मुझे पता ही नहीं, मैं कलेक्ट करता हूँ बस, मेरे को दिख जाता है। तो उससे भी फाइट करना है क्या? ये स्टार जो है इसको लेकर आता हूँ। किधर है? दोनों आ गए। चलो किधर जाऊंगा? फाइट ही फाइट है।
I'll protect us.
लेते हैं गाड़ी एक्सपेंसिव है।
Keep moving! You're open!
पहले मेन कार्टून को टिकाने लगा दें।
You're open!
पानी में गिर के मरते गए लोग। इसको फंसा दिया एक जगह पे।
The hunter becomes the hunted.
आ जाओ आ जाओ। क्या कार्टून है, लोग इतनी छोटी जगह पे रहते हैं। होता कुछ है नहीं। चल
That was the hunter becomes the hunted.
अपने आप को हंटर्स बुलाते हैं।
See, just follow my intuition.
कहाँ चीज की मिल गई है? पता ही नहीं मेरे को कुछ भी।
Let's dance.
हेल्थ हो जाए उसके बाद बात करूँगा इससे।
Why the long face? You're alive, aren't you?
Here, we've made a note of the cart's locations. All 5 of them. Can you sell us the core lapis now?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you both. Yes, let's make this official. I also hope you could put in a good word with your boss for me.
Done and dusted. Yeah! We make a great team, don't we? Now for the final stop on our core lapis crawl. To Chang the Ninth's place.
मैं जिसके लिए फाइट किया वो तो चीज़ लिया ही नहीं मैं। क्या बात है, तो भूलता रहूँगा मैं। उतर जा, तो पूरा ही नीचे उतर गया। इसको बचाने के लिए था। वही सोचो चाबी क्या काम, चाबी का क्या काम। कुछ देखिएगा मेरे को ये। कुछ नहीं देखी। मैं साथ में साइड मिशन भी कर ले रहा हूँ, ऐसा लग रहा है। अभी ये हमको बुक दे देगा क्या जो चाहिए हमको? ये स्टैमिना खत्म हो जाता है बहुत जल्दी।
Just who I was hoping to see. I was just thinking to myself, Gentry mouth-sized thugs have been mysteriously absent for a while now. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Oh, don't worry. You won't be hearing from them again.
Oh? What happened? Huh? Oh, I see now. You're in this trade too. So you're trying to beat him to the post, eh? Appearances can be deceiving, that's for sure. But I don't care who you are. A discount of 70% is simply impossible. The maximum I can do is 40% off, and even then I'm only breaking even.
No need. We'll take it at the market rate.
You mean you're not trying to force the price down? I can't believe it. I will make a profit on this batch after all. But Gentry mouth-sized thugs could still come back after I've sold it.
If Paimon told you they're not gonna bother you again, then you'd better believe they're not gonna bother you again.
Huh. Okay then. My situation can hardly get worse from here in any case. But tell me, what on earth do you plan to do with so much core lapis?
Actually, it's for a commission. Can't go into too much detail.
Thank you. Thank you a million times over. I really don't know what to say.
Good people always get what's coming to them in the end. And so will the nasty people. Anyway, let's get going, because apparently we have a show to watch at the Feiyun Commerce Guild's warehouse.
विश कर सकते हैं क्या भाई हम? मेरे पास ये कैरेक्टर पहले से ही है। कैरेक्टर वाला ही करना, मेरे को कैरेक्टर चाहिए। कैरेक्टर कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। अरे क्यों देते हैं ये बेफिजूल का चीज़ें? पहले से अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ है। मैं इसको फुल अपग्रेड कर रखा हूँ। फुल तो नहीं बोल सकते पर लेवल 50। कंपैरिजन कितना है इसका? 200। एक मिनट में इसमें तो ये कर सकता हूँ। मुझे नहीं पता इससे होता क्या, पर मैक्स हो गया लेवल। पता नहीं क्या क्या सीन है इन सबको। मेरे को इसका डैमेज इनक्रीज करने के लिए अपग्रेड करना है इसको। टेंपल पे जाके एक बार फाइट करनी है। क्या पेरिस से फाइट करनी है क्या? नहीं। अभी फाइट तो नहीं कर सकता मैं, इतना स्ट्रांग हूँ भी नहीं. स्टोरी करते हैं.
Welcome. The final act in this drama would not be complete without you two here as audience.
You better believe it. We're the ones who've been doing all the work. What exactly have you been doing all this time?
Well, naturally, I used the time to immerse myself completely in Legend of the Shattered Halberd. I managed to finish the book off, and I enjoyed every minute of it. Divine Halberd, an ominous sword. Mir and Wei Yang. The way the story develops across the first 5 volumes, nothing short of exemplary. But the 6th volume? Words fail me. How blessed we are to have such an author grace our world with such works.
And this is related to Gentry Moutsai how?
It's not. But when something surpasses expectations to such a degree, one must show one's appreciation. It was rather good, thanks. I only hope that as our plan reaches its denouement,
Why does Paimon have to be the only one who doesn't get what's going on? No fair. So go on then, tell me, what are we doing here? And what's this big dramatic showdown thing that's supposed to happen?
Think about it. Gentry Moutsai goes searching for core lapis all over Liyue Harbor, and he doesn't find a single piece. He panics. Without the goods, he can't fulfill his contract. And if he can't fulfill his contract, he can't stay in good standing with the Fatui. He hears a rumor that the Feiyun Commerce Guild is the culprit. Panic turns to disbelief. Gentry Moutsai is a hugely powerful figure in the business world. Never has anyone dared to target him like this. So regardless of whether it is revenge or a swift resolution that he seeks, he is certain to...
So it was you! You were the one sticking your necks out for Chang the Ninth!
Speak of the devil.
I went everywhere trying to find someone selling core lapis before I realized the Feiyun Commerce Guild had been on an acquisition spree. Core lapis is hardly a rare mineral, and yet suddenly the stocks dry up, just like that.
We are not persecuting you, but protecting another. One to whom I am indebted. Upon witnessing an injustice, it is a perfectly normal response to rush to the aid of he who has been wronged. Was it not one of your own men who said, "This isn't over"?
You clearly don't know what's good for you. I won't beat around the bush. Master, if you please, seize their core lapis!
इसको पीटने का मन कर रहा है. पीटो इसको. जो फाइट करने के लिए बस सही में दे दिया इन लोगों ने तो.
What's the hurry?
You're open. The hunter comes. You're open. Pay your dues.
अबे ये तो 37 लेवल का है. क्या करूं? मेरे को पहले ये कर लेता हूँ सबसे पहले. बस पिटेगा तुम. कहाँ चला गया ये बगोड़ा?
This moment will be frozen in time.
तुझे लगा. पिल गया. इसका मास्टर था ये. इतना गधेड़ा मास्टर.
Impressive. You are no commoners. To continue this fight would be to incur greater losses than I can accept.
Their strength is almost spent. Finish them off! The core lapis is almost within our grasp.
Might I remind you that the Fatui's relationship with you extends to business matters only? I did not lend you my men to have them stir up trouble at your beck and call.
What are you saying? Master, everything I did with only one thing in mind. To complete the order.
Then figure it out by yourself.
Don't go. Wait. Master, wait!
My lord, what are you doing here? Are you hurt?
Thanks to this valiant young man, I am unscathed.
My lord?
You? You are the heir of the Feiyun Commerce Guild?
Indeed, my liege. I am Xing Chou, disciple of the Guhua clan and second son of the Feiyun Commerce Guild manager, and I make no secret of it.
Drats! I've been played like a fiddle.
Gentry Moutsai. Coercion and intimidation are hardly the attributes of a respectable businessman. The problems that your business practices have created, I have sought to resolve through mine. I shudder to think what the Fatui will do with you if you fail to provide their core lapis.
You meddling swine! Well...
Since you asked Chang the Ninth for a discount of 70%, let's fight fire with fire, shall we? 3 times the market rate sounds fair, no?
How dare you subject me to such viciousness? This is a malicious and calculated attempt to run me into the ground.
Deep breaths now. This is a simple decision. Will you buy or not?
Fine. Have it your way. I'll find the money somehow. Happy now?
On behalf of the Feiyun Commerce Guild, I thank you for your business, and hope you will continue to do business with us in future.
You? Funny-speaking, book-reading, guhua geeking Xing Chou are the heir of the Feiyun Commerce Guild? So that massive stash of Mora you let us burn through in a day, that was from your private vault?
'Twas but a paltry sum. I got to make a very sound investment while putting Gentry Moutsai in his place. A classic 2 birds, 1 stone situation. You're too kind. You have valor in your heart, and that is worthy of admiration.
Yikes! Paimon's been calling you Guhua Geek this whole time! Paimon read in one of these martial artist novels that when rich heirs like you get angry at someone, you have their arms and legs chopped off! Paimon's toast! And sorry, very sorry! Please don't hurt Paimon!
Calm down. Since you can fly, you hardly need your legs anyway.
Save me! Save me! This is not a drill! Repeat! This is not a drill!
टांगे काटने की बातें चल रही हैं उसकी.
Jokes aside, I have the 2 of you to thank for this successful resolution. Really, you were a huge help. Meanwhile, Legend of the Shattered Halberd was positively riveting. Much obliged if you could return it to Chang the Ninth for me. I did nothing, and hence deserve none of his gratitude. The 2 of you, meanwhile, though strangers to the circumstances, stepped in and saved the day. To have made such valiant and chivalrous friends is more than enough for me, my liege.
My lord, forgive the intrusion. It's about your father.
Please inform my father thusly. I have averted a disaster and earned a sizable sum of money in the process. Might this meritorious act compensate for my prior transgressions and earn me a few more days of freedom, perchance?
For all your clever long words, the fact is you're just a lazy bones who doesn't want to work.
What if I told you that a reward awaits you at Chang the Ninth's palace, and not just his gratitude?
A reward? Well, that sweetens the deal somewhat.
It seems whatever I say, there's no persuading you to stay. Oh, I didn't realize you weren't aware.
Thank you in advance for returning the book for me. I will take my leave now. May we meet again, fellow merchants.
कुछ नहीं मिला अभी तक। मेरे को ये कैरेक्टर चाहिए। इनमें से मेरे पास फर्स्ट सेकंड में जो खड़ी है वो है मेरे पास, पर मेरे को ये चाहिए। ये मेरे को नाम बोलने में
He
अजीब
was
सा
a
लगता है।
brave girl today. I found a really weird looking lizard. Want me to show it to you? Woo! Let the show begin.
हेल्थ इंक्रीज कर लेते हैं, कभी फाइट होगी तो काम नहीं की। तो फाइट में ऐसे करता है नहीं नॉर्मल। जाके पूरे मजे लेते हैं पहले तो इन लोग के।
Finally, you're back. This morning, the pawnbroker showed up and gave me back my entire collection. I'm positive that you must have been behind this once again. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please don't say that. You have no idea how much this means to me. The Chang family was a prestigious household in Liyue back in the day. Unfortunately, after I took over the family's affairs as heir, a series of business setbacks devoured our fortune. Since then, I've saved for years, hoping to restore the house to its former glory. In the end, were it not for you, this barren wasteland in the mountains would have become my final resting place.
Wow, that's the second heir we've met in this town.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing? Oh, here's your book back.
Wonderful. Legend of the Shattered Halberd. I was beginning to think that Guhua rascal had swindled me.
Do people really look down on the Guhua clan so much?
Actually, the art is centuries old and was once held in high esteem. But now it has faded beyond recognition. To instigate a revival, you need to inject some fresh blood, but it's hard to attract budding young talent to a dying art. And in any case, Guhua kids these days. Take that young... what does it matter? Anyway, you wanted the Liyue volume of the Teyvat travel guide, didn't you? I'll fetch it for you. It's yours to keep. In addition, here is but a small token of appreciation for your huge generosity. My ore is sold, and my treasured books have returned. I can't believe it. What?
What was that? Paimon saw something fall out.
Oh, nothing, nothing. That little rascal surely isn't. I swear I'll reclaim my lost fortune.
कंप्लीट हो गया, अब क्या करना है? स्टोरी मोड कंप्लीट हो चुका है क्या? ये देखते हैं ये क्या है। स्टोरी मोड ऐसे कैसे ख़त्म हो सकता है? अधूरा वो बुक दिया बस ख़त्म। अभी इधर चढ़ने का है यार। ये गधेड़ा फाइट करेगा। कितने लेवल का है तो? कितने लेवल का?
Let's dance.
3.5 लेवल
Boing, boing, boom. Pew.
मार देता हूँ मैं इसको।
Blazing delight. La la la.
अबे जॉयस्टिक कहाँ चला जाता है? दे देते हैं खर्चा पानी इसको आराम से। 33 लेवल बहुत हार्ड नहीं है एकदम, अभी तो मेरे लिए हल्का है।
Yay, shiny.
हल्का है क्या बोल रहा है, एकदम बच्चों वाला खेल है। इसने मेरे को अपग्रेड करने का मटेरियल दिया, मेरे को ऐसा लगा। नहीं कोई नहीं, ऊपर चलते हैं, ऊपर देखते क्या चीज़ है। इधर तो फाइट करना होगा, फाइट करे बिना ऊपर जा नहीं सकते। सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मेन आइटम को पकड़ते हैं, इसकी वजह से कि मेन आइटम बड़े दिक्कत देते हैं ये लोग। पता था मुझे। कर ले घूसन अबे उनको क्यों मार रहे थे? एम बोट लग रखा है तेरे में, खंबे पे ही मारे जा रहा है गधेड़ा बैंक का। मेरे को ये पसंद नहीं है, खंबे पे क्या मार रही है।
Let the show begin.
खंबे से प्यार हो गया था इसको मेरे लिए। हाँ मार ले, तेरे तीर से तो मैं मर गया बस। चेस्ट दे मेरे को, कोई चेस्ट नहीं दिएगा जब पर ऊपर चढ़ना है। अरे क्या कलेक्ट करने दियो मेरे को, कुछ तो कीमती था वो। सब कलेक्ट कर लूँगा मैं, किसी को नहीं छोड़ेगा मैं। ये इतना डैमेज देते हैं तो नहीं है इनकी अच्छी तरह। इन पत्थरों का होता क्या है, कोई मेरे को बता दो बस। मैं बेफजूल का तोड़ रहा हूँ इसको। ये जलती भी तो नहीं है। कुछ नहीं हो सकता है, ऊपर चढ़ना है बस। हाइट ज़्यादा नहीं है क्या? धीरे धीरे करके चढ़ते हैं, पहुंच तो जाना ही चाहिए। एक और जंप और मैं नीचे जंप ही नहीं लगाने का। बस स्टेमिना ख़त्म हो गया था, मेरे को पता था एक जंप लगाता नीचे कूद जाता।
Look up there! That's the Jade Chamber! This is bad. Paimon's supposed to be your guide, but Paimon doesn't know where the way up to the Jade Chamber is. Well, since we want to go to the Jade Chamber, heading to its location on the map is the sensible thing to do. Let's look around. There has to be a way up there nearby.
चलो मैं सोचा स्टोरी मोड खत्म हो गया, नहीं है तो अभी तो हाँ पर उधर जाएंगे कैसे? ऊपर जाने का होगा ना। वेंड इसके लिए तो मेरा पता है मुझे क्या होगा।
Look! There's some sort of mechanism thingy. Since this is the right place, it must have something to do with the Jade Chamber. Yes, this must be the way.
बस पता था मेरे को इतनी देर क्यों खेल रहा, मुझे पता चलेगा नहीं क्या है। नहीं इस आइटम से फाइट कर सकता हूँ मैं। चलो फाइट कर लेते हैं। एंड मोमेंट पे तो जाने का ही है। 33 लेवल्स। बस तेरे को लगा हिल गया। 33 लेवल कॉमन हो गया मेरे लिए। इसके लिए क्या है मेरा ये कैरेक्टर? नहीं ये गलत है ना। स्क्रॉल करके कैरेक्टर चेंज कर सकते तो कितना अच्छा रहता। ये लगेगी जो मंकी किंग मंकी किंग है मेरे पास। ये मेरे को मिल गया। ये कैरेक्टर अभी अभी जस्ट आया हुआ है। ये रहा सेकंड प्लेस। पर मैं ये ले लूंगा तो ऊपर कैसे जाऊंगा?
Any donation.
अबे ऊपर कैसे जाऊंगा? हद है। अबे गधोड़ो ऊपर कैसे जाऊंगा? यहाँ तक तो आ गया मैं। करा लियो भी। इसके लिए मेरे को ये चाहिए होगा।
Just what will we come?
फुल होना चाहिए इसका। फुल भी नहीं है वह। इसके लिए मेरे को उसकी वाली पावर चाहिए जिससे वो। और अब ये मैं ये सब छेड़ता ही नहीं। इससे पहले जाता हूँ कंप्लीट करके आता हूँ, बाद में दिमाग लगाऊंगा मैं। इसका ये चेंज कर दूँ क्योंकि मैं इसकी सारी पावर इसको दे दिया हूँ। को क्या क्या बोलता मैं भी।
Ready when you are.
चल चल तेरे को मैं पावरफुल बनाया तो पावरफुल था नहीं। मैं उधर भी नहीं जा सकता हूँ क्या बेव।
It only takes us up to here. Aw, if that wind current was stronger, we'd be able to reach the top in one go. Huh? Why? Or... Oh, Paimon gets it. If it was a secret, Ganyu wouldn't have let us try to find it ourselves, right? Alright, let's follow your plan. Then we can...
मैं कोई प्लान नहीं है मेरे पास।
Oh, hang on a moment. Look down there. Looks like we've gotten close to the Guizhong Ballista.
उसको भी मैं लूट चुका हूँ
Paimon has a new idea. Why don't we shoot you up to the Jade Chamber using the ballista? No. Paimon may have just forgotten to think about the safe. Oh, that's right. Now that you mention it, we could use the Guizhong Ballista to see if there's another way up nearby.
Oh, it's all coming out now.
इनमें से कुछ मिल नहीं रहा है। क्या मजाक चल रहा है? मेरे को जाना किधर है?
My intuition tells me that something very interesting is about to happen.
हाँ वहाँ पे जाने का है। चलो जाने से पहले ये सब ले लेता हूँ। नीचे जाना है। अब ये मेरे को नीचे ले जाएगा, फिर मैं इसको लूँगा ही नहीं। देना इधर किधर में दे, तो पहले से मैं वो ले नहीं सकता। लाइव पावर अपग्रेड करने वाला सीन। कहाँ ले जाना चाहते हैं? तू मेरे को हवा में उड़ाएगा? घंटा मेरे को नीचे ले जा रहा है। वो भी मेरे को इधर उड़ने का है। 1 मिनट में उससे उड़ सकता हूँ क्या? 1 मिनट मैं उससे आ सकता हूँ तो अच्छी बात है। सोना मुश्किल ही है, इतना ग्लाइड नहीं कर पाऊंगा मैं। क्या हो जाएगा? मुझे तो डाउट हो रहा है, पहुंच भी नहीं पाऊंगा। थोड़ा सा बच रहा है, नीचे कर दिया ये। मर जाता भी मैं। कोई नहीं, ये जगह याद रखनी पड़ेगी मेरे को।
See, just follow my intuition.
अरे जब दम नहीं था तो लड़ेगे तुम लोग। मरना जरूर नहीं बनाना है खाना। खाना बनाना तो और शुरू कर दिए। मेरे को एक उधर भी चेस्ट दिख रही है। चेस्ट तो कद्दू नहीं है, वो चेस्ट क्यों लगी थी मेरे को? मैं इस जगह पे आ चुका हूँ इससे पहले, मेरे को लग रहा है। हाँ ये तो जगह है वो एम करने के लिए। ये मैं रिपेयर करके गया था इधर से।
Halt! Who trespasses on these hallowed grounds?
मैं ज़्यादा बकर बकर ना कर, तोड़ दूंगा।
Exactly. What are you talking about? We're invited guests. What makes you think you can treat us like this? No. Wait. Maybe this was Ningguang's plan all along. She pretended to invite us to the Jade Chamber, but set up a Millilith ambush here to arrest us. Now Paimon's mad. You, over there. This is a trick, isn't it? How shameless.
What? We're just on guard duty. What do you mean, shameless?
What nonsense! Seize these suspicious intruders at once!
Well, here they come. Line them up and knock them down.
पिटने वाले बड़े तुम लोग तो। गलत इंसान से पंगा ले रहे तुम भी। ठोक दिए जाओगे। अबे मैं को ठुक गया नीचे। वाह, ठोक दूंगा भी तो इन लोग के लिए तेजी, इन लोग के लिए तेजी। चल नीचे नहीं फेंकना इन लोग को, इधर आओ। पकड़ ले, आजा मेरे को पकड़, आजा 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 आजा। इसको लपेटेगा मैं सिर्फ। बचा लो, तुम्हारा साथी पिट रहा है तुम्हारी आंखों के सामने, बचा नहीं पा रहे तुम लोग। अब इसको पीटूंगा, क्या दिक्कत है? पीटो कैमरे आगे, घुटने के नीचे। तू किधर है? गधेड़े किधर गया? कहाँ चला गया गचड़ू? अबे फटी दे किसी, चुप रहा है तेरा इधर साथी बट रहा है, इधर तो देख रहा है। तो दीवार में ही बस चढ़ दे। अरे चला जाए, चला ये बच्चे। अरे 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 पेल दिया। चल निकल। रुको जरा, ये इनके उसमें तो पावर है। बस तुझे, अबे नहीं कर दिया इन लोगों ने। अबे रुकते ही नहीं हो एकदम से, शर्म वरम तो आती नहीं है। एक के ऊपर इतने सारे। हाँ आजा, बढ़ा जा, हेल्थ बढ़ा लियो। बस बस यही आता है। मेरी बात, मैं तो छोड़ूंगी ना। वो होते रहो, इसको इधर को देंगे। अब एक एक करके पीटना पड़ेगा। रुको जरा, ये ग्रेव किसकी है? फाइट के बीच में पढ़ नहीं सकते, वहाँ एक्शन मूड में। अरे इस बार 4 ले आए तुम लोग, पर फिर भी कुछ नहीं फाड़ पाओगे। इसको लगे तुम ऐसी की ऐसी। ये लोग कितने लेवल के मेरे से, मतलब मेरे को इतना डैमेज देना पड़ रहा है। अबे 40 लेवल को तुम लोग, मैं भी नोटिस कर रहा हूँ। कोई नहीं, ये 40 लेवल का तुम, मेरा तो इतना लेवल खुद नहीं है। 20 लेवल वाले से पिट रहे हो। हाँ रे चलो बकड़ी लोगों, 20 लेवल का हूँ, मेरे से पिट रहे हो। अब इनको डैमेज कम पड़ रहा है। अरे क्या उखाड़ लेंगे इतने सारे होके। चल नीचे चल, तू भी नीचे चल। मैं 20 लेवल का हूँ, ये लोग 40 लेवल के। मैं हेल्थ तो बढ़ा लूंगा। हीटिंग, टेक दिस तू बास्टर्ड बेटा।
Stop! What's all this about?
Lady
इतने सारे लोग मर गए तो
These two strange people suddenly appeared. They seem to have designs on the Guizhong ballista.
Who are you calling strange?
You want to go to the Jade Chamber?
Who
are you?
We're invited guests here to look for the Liyue Qixing. Who are you?
Well, as it happens, I am one of the Liyue Qixing.
Who?
I'm Kuching, the Yuheng of the Qixing. I know of you, traveler. You're Ningguang's guests, yes? Didn't expect to meet you here in the mountains.
Wow. Paimon didn't think we'd meet some super rich big shot out here in the middle of nowhere either.
The Guizhong Ballista in Tianheng Pass has long been in disrepair, and yet it was fixed in a single night. I came here to investigate that occurrence. These Millilith are just here to guard the scene. not to arrest anyone.
So this was all a misunderstanding? Paimon never would have thought.
Anyway, for a mortal to be able to repair an Adepti mechanism is quite the mystery, even to the Qixing.
That was...
ये तो हमने रिपेयर किया था.
Eh? Oh, right. So, Lady Yuheng, might you have any idea why Lady Tianquan invited us to go to the Jade Chamber?
Just call me Kuching. I'd say that Ningguang's purpose is to request that the savior of Mondstadt take a more neutral stance. Or at least, to not wholly side with the Adepti.
We're not taking sides. We spoke with the Adepti. They want to protect Liyue as well.
When you say protect, you're referring to their sanctimonious arrogance, aren't you?
Huh?
You are mortals, and thus under their protection. There was no way they would have regarded you as someone with the ability to assassinate a god. Naturally, they would also regard Ningguang's locking down the area, questioning the citizenry, and pursuit of the assassin to be pointless work. Perhaps they even wonder if there might be a cover-up. I'll say it like it is. They're underestimating us.
Well, you've got a point there. Still, this is the first time Paimon's seen a person from Liyue who doesn't respect the gods or the Adepti.
Should I respect the shallow sense of time and condescension to mortals? That is, forget it. I shouldn't speak of them this way. This skepticism is mine alone, and Ningguang does not share it. Either way, I will admit that the actions of the Adepti this time were quite restrained. Rex Lapis's death is indeed an extraordinary circumstance. But to think that they would call for a council of Adepti rather than come down here directly. How surprisingly civilized of them. Well, for Ningguang, she would talk anything and everything out if she could. But I doubt we can do that here. The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth.
Another super bold statement.
I'll stop here. Honestly, I hadn't intended to say so much. But you're a good listener, Traveler. You should both be off to the Jade Chamber. Don't be late now. Ningguang's schedule is packed to the gills all the way till next year. The cream of Liyue's mercantile crop all see ascending to the Jade Chamber as the greatest honor. Each brings rich gifts as they visit, all to curry a little favor with Ningguang.
Favor? But... Wait, that's right! Greeting gifts are a staple of Liyue's culture. We need to get one. Not to curry favor or anything, just to respect Liyue's culture.
Alright. You can decide on your greeting gift yourselves. Let me tell you how to get to the Jade Chamber first. You didn't actually have to come to Mount Tianheng. Go back to Liyue Harbor. Find a guide at the UPI Pavilion, and... Well then. May we meet again, Traveler.
वैसे ना तो फिर से गांव में भेज दिया अपने विलेज में. इधर से गाइड ढूंढना, उसको पता रहेगा कोई. ऐसा सीन है.
That Yuheng may not respect the gods, but Paimon thinks she's a pretty cool person. So, what should we give to Ningguang when we see her? Oh, right! Paimon dreamed of an amazing snack last night. Sugar-frosted slime!
खाने के बारे में
Paimon has a feeling that it would be perfect for a super rich person like Ningguang. Why don't we go with that for a gift? With a certain boom shakalaka, of course. Let's go gather ingredients. Time waits for no one, and neither will our riches.
हमें वापस से क्या करना है? टेलीपोर्ट करते हैं इधर. 2 जगह पे जाना है अपने को. पहले इधर चलते जो पास में है। हेल्थ अपग्रेड कर लेते हैं। अरे किधर गया? है क्या अपने पे कुछ ऑफर करने के लिए? 20-13 और चाहिए। ₹160 इसकी घासें कैसी है? इससे फाइट करना पड़ेगा मेरे को।
Ooh, look at that slime. It looks crystal clear and very delicious.
खाना है तेरे को उसको? एक हो गया, 3 और चाहिए, मतलब 2 और चाहिए। ये क्या ग्लो कर रहा है? पकड़ते हैं जरा एक साथ में, पता नहीं कैसा पकड़ते हैं। इसको भी पे लेंगे। इधर आ जा, तो भग रहा है इतना। अबे ये इतना डरपोक फट्टू एकदम लगे जा रहा है। इनसे फाइट करना। इधर आ जाओ, इधर आ जाओ, इधर आ जाओ, हटो मत, इधर आ जाओ। चलो निकलो यहाँ से। चलो किसको पता नहीं।
in the air. Huh? Did you hear that? No! That was definitely someone in trouble. It came from those ruins over there. Uh-oh. It looks like the treasure hoarders have locked someone inside.
इनको मारना कितना हार्ड होगा। 40 लेवल के लोग भी कोई नहीं पेल देंगे।
There's no end to this.
हट जा यहाँ से। मैं सब कुछ यूज कर लूँगा, कुछ नहीं छोड़ूंगा मैं।
ला ला ला।
एक ही बार में पूरा खानदान इन लोग का यूज कर दिया। 40 लेवल के तुम लोग को क्या लगा मैं छोड़ दूंगा ऐसे तुम लोग को?
La la la.
Thank you for your help, kind travelers. If you hadn't come to my aid, I surely would have rotted in this cell. Those treasure hoarders, when their mood was good, they'd rearrange those pots of sweet flowers. When they were in a bad mood, they'd rearrange my face.
Aw, it was nothing. No need to thank us all at once or anything.
I understand. Don't worry. I will compensate you both. Don't say that. I only escaped this predicament because of you. I'm Meng Dan, a supplier for Mingxing Jewelry in Liyue Harbor. I often walk around these mountains in search of antiques. I never expected that those treasure hoarders would have their eyes on the same ruins that I had. Before I knew it, they'd caught and imprisoned me. Is there anything that you lack? Antiques, treasure, various knickknacks, you name it. Well, as long as you want what I have to offer, of course.
Wait a moment. Actually, we are looking for something.
Oh? And what might that be?
Do you have a box that can store presents? We'd like a pretty one. The kind that you can use to store snacks.
Of course we do. How can one sell antiques without gift boxes? At Mingxing Jewelry, we have the best gift wrapping service in the 7 nations. Now just give me a moment and I'll let the boss know.
Great! Paimon sugar frosted slime now comes in a beautiful package.
अरे इसको भी खाली करना पड़ेगा मेरे को। अभी नहीं, बाद में करेंगे ऐसा। मार्कर लगा लेता हूँ इस पे मेरे को इसका। अभी तो ऐसे भी स्टोरी कर रहे हैं हम लोग। मुझे क्रेट ओपनिंग करना था इसका, क्या करे फिर, पैसा ही नहीं है क्रेट ओपनिंग का।
Hey there! A guy called Meng Dan told us that we could get a nice and shiny box from your store.
Uncle Meng already told me about it. Thank you both for saving him. Many of the best goods in our store were found by Uncle Meng. Here, this container is itself an antique, with at least 140 years of history. It's already been...
Yep. It's great! Hang on a moment. Could we borrow one other thing?
Sure. Please help yourselves. As long as it's on our shelves.
Traveler, this clay pot looks really awesome. If we use an antique as our mixing bowl, we should be able to make a great snack. It's done! The one and only sugar-frosted slime!
Oh, yes. You might want to use these 2 freshly picked flowers as decorations, too.
Woohoo! It looks beautiful! Great! Now that we've put all that we've got into this box, let's go to the Jade Chamber to see Ningguang.
Jewelry's out of stock, but we have some new items in.
What should I put in my letter?
There's some...
Join the
Jewelry's out of
Adventurers
stock,
Guild.
but we have
You'll
some new
have a
items in.
blast. The key here.
मेरी रेजोल्यूशन से मेरे को हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ मिलता ही है।
I'm liking the look of this.
Kuching, this is what we should say. Excuse me, do you sell the moon here?
Yes. How many would you like?
It's not convenient to speak of numbers here.
Ah, well said. Please, use this to ascend to the chamber. Yes, speaking of which, are you two the guests that Lady Ningguang has arranged to meet with today?
Yep.
And yet the code they used was not the one for guests, but for the Yuheng. What's going on here?
I've been waiting for you, returnee from Joyun Karst.
It's Ningguang! Since this is our first meeting, we've prepared a gift. I hope you like it.
Oh, for me. You have my thanks.
Oh no, it's nothing.
This palace floats in the skies, higher than the peak of any mountain. From this vantage point, one may survey all of Liyue. I have been gathering the funds necessary to build it from the time I began learning the merchant's craft. And since becoming the Tianquan, I have spared no effort in hiring the best craftsmen to At first, it was but the size of one room. Now, it is large enough to blot out the moon in the skies above Liyue. One day, I believe it will overshadow all 7 nations. Not many from outside Liyue earn the right to ascend to the Jade Chamber. But I have been in correspondence with the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, who spoke highly of you. As such, I have been putting eyes and ears out ever since you reached Liyue.
What?
And I finally got wind of your movements when you were on the way to Wangshu Inn.
Wait! Was Vergoldet one of your people?
Just Vergoldet? Everyone at Wangshu Inn is one of ours. At the Guizhang Ballista, yes?
You weren't peeking on us from the skies the whole time, were you?
I fear that peeking would have been a little difficult from this altitude. Our eyes and ears are more than sufficient. You two are very interesting people, after all. It would be natural to take an interest. Well, I wouldn't expect you to trust us, considering that you have had far more interactions with the Adepti. The real...
ग्राफिक थोड़ी कम कर देते हैं, हीट होने लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों। ब्राइटनेस भी थोड़ी कम कर दो, इतनी सही है। लो में करते चलो।
I believe that you've heard of the Archon War.
एक मिनट।
Many gods used to walk this earth, and many long wars were fought between them that did not abate until 2,000 years ago. Much blood. In the end, only 7 victors remained standing in Teyvat. You can see Goyun Stone Forest from here, I trust. Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon. Not only is it true that gods may die, but so too has the membership of the 7 changed over the last 2 millennia. Another Lord of Geo will arise sooner or later. Yet, how are we to forget Rex Lapis? When that time comes, The relationship between the people of Liyue and the gods and Adepti will surely be different from before. Even in a new era, the Liyue Qixing remain Rex Lapis's former subjects. That day at Yujing Terrace, it was also very sudden. Even I was caught completely off guard. But our enemy has long lain hidden within the harbor. If we do not act against them now, they will surely gain the upper hand. Hiding the Exuvia was a necessary maneuver to take the initiative back, to play the spider while our foes scurry about.
Who's this enemy you're talking about?
What do you think, Traveler?
Huh? What are you two talking about?
Well answered. The scenery out here is fine indeed, but the wind is a little strong. Our preparations to receive guests within are complete. So please, this way.
Yeah!
Wowee! What a huge hall! Paimon's never seen such a fancy place before.
बोल रही कैसा पानी के अंदर कूद रहा है.
Be at ease, you two. Make yourselves at home if you wish.
Can we really?
I have invited you two here as friends. And when friends come over to play, our enjoyment comes first. Natural.
Ooh! Isn't this that legendary wall?
Why, you've kept your ear to the ground, I see.
That's because even the storytellers are talking about it. Everyone's after a piece of paper from that wall. It's super famous.
That's because that wall records Leo's secrets. Merchants have always been attracted to secrets. But the secrets of the mercantile world are of no interest to you, are they? If possible, I'd like to have your trust. But if you were to choose the more trustworthy person between myself and Kuching... You'd pick Kuching? Nah, I had a feeling. I originally thought her a bit too hard-headed. With someone of her character on the Qixing, I've had some extra messes to clean up behind the scenes. But after she said those words, the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Well, I must say that quite a few of my doubts have been dispelled. I won't deny that Rex Lapis's passing seems advantageous to us. But for Liyue's sake, we cannot allow ourselves to be shackled by rumors of our usurpation of power. Indeed, it seems that you understood what I meant to say from the very beginning. I called for the gag order and for the Exuvia to be hidden to temporarily stabilize the situation, and also to prevent something similar to the incident in Mondstadt. With Rex Lapis's death, the Fatui have busied themselves with many clandestine actions beyond their diplomatic remit. As the Tianquan, one responsible for Liyue, I cannot... Allowing the rite of parting to take place was also meant to buy some time for us to take control of Liyue's administration.
It's exactly as Zhongli said. The Qixing only provided the venue for the rite so they could use us for their own ends. Wait, that's right. Speaking of ends, could I say one other thing?
Of course.
Paimon's heard that anyone who sends a greeting gift gets a little something in return. So, does that include us?
It's all right. I like direct people. Well, we have made quite a bit of trouble for you recently. How about...
Yay! Paimon was just waiting for you to say that! Let's see, what should we get? One of the sheets on that wall! Don't look at Paimon like that! One of these sheets of paper will sell for crazy prices, even if it's only as large as Paimon's fingernail. Just imagine how much more a whole untorn sheet would sell for. Let's grab one! The biggest one! Huh? Well, that was an easy search. The biggest sheet is right up there in the most obvious spot. Let's go with that one. La 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 la. Let's see what's written on it. Huh? There's a place marked with a circle on here. Oh, could it be treasure? Whatever it is, it better make us filthy rich. Let's see what's written over here. Sigil of permission, something, something, Fatui, research, copy. Huh? Aw, that doesn't sound like treasure at all. This piece of paper shows that a Qixing spy discovered traces of classified Fatui research on the Sigil of Permission. Oh, Ningguang did say that the Fatui have been up to all kinds of mischief in the shadows of Liyue, spreading rumors, wanting to get their hands on the Archon's body and whatnot. But research on the Sigil of Permission? Paimon wonders what they're up to. Speaking of which, there's also some connection between you and the Sigil of Permission. Oh, you really think so? Well, should we not go then? Oh, so you're saying that it's precisely because we can't completely trust Ningguang that we should confirm the truth of what she says for ourselves. That's way out of Paimon's league. Paimon thinks she's been nothing but good to us. Anyway, we'll see if you're onto something. Before we look for Zhongli at Dihua Marsh, let's go to the place marked out on these papers and see if the Fatui really are up to no good there.
This gives good market insight.
information written down on this piece of paper. And they look really mad at us, too. There are so many talismans here. Paimon's seen this pattern before, but where? Oh, Paimon knows! It looks just like the sigil of permission the child gave you. But how did a relic of the Adepti end up in the hands of someone like Child? Oh, that's right. Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the sigil of permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine powers. Maybe the Fatui are copying the Sigil of Permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Being able to channel divine power in battle? And the plot thickens. We'll need to keep an eye on Child, that's for sure. Alright, that's enough sticking around here. We gotta go meet up with Zhang Li soon. The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is Dihua Marsh. Let's go! Paimon hates being late.
Go, Barbara, go!
Right on time. Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade Chamber?
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust?
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly. Yeah, his take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. He thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
Oh. So you also met with Keqing then? What did she have to say?
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart. Though they are both members of the Qixing. Although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions. Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber.
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing to her, then?
Why, Mora, of course.
On Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers into Liyue, and that they aren't to be trusted.
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least. No matter what they may be planning, you must be careful when dealing with the Fatui.
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of parting in Dihua Marsh?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering wild glaze lilies.
Glaze lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Yujing Terrace have some? Even Qingsa Village has glaze lilies. Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always tending to flowers. Maybe we could ask her.
No. Those lilies Dihua Marsh used to be full of before the Archon War. Dihua Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused landslides, and the land was... Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. Wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting. But I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers. That's correct. Your singing will surely bring out the strongest fragrance from the flowers.
So how good is your singing? Really? Why doesn't Paimon believe you?
We'll only know once he starts singing.
Whenever you're ready.
Da 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 da.
What happened? These flowers are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song for Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Liyue?
I'll protect us.
Woo! Yeah!
Boing, boing, boom!
मतलब तो फंसा लिए लोग मेरे को तीनों पे गधेड़े लोग तीनों पे मेरे को मार रहे हो तुम्हारी ऐसी वैसी
Those weren't glaze lilies. Glaze lilies wouldn't hit people.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower. Strange. These petals look interesting. The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long.
Well, that's nice and all, but will those petals be useful for the rite of parting?
Unfortunately...
That's so lame.
Excuse me. Are you searching for glaze lilies?
Oh, hey! It's... What's her face?
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still remember my name.
तुक्का लगाया था बे मुझे क्या पता था
That reminds me. How was your visit to the Jade Chamber?
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
Nope. We found the way on our own.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
Something seems a little off about Ganyu. She's acting different from the first time we met.
Well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now, I am simply out on a stroll to see the flowers.
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? What?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry. We shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my emotions yet. When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. Yes, now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first Seven. The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago.
So what do you think of this farewell?
Huh? This is a little sudden. As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without Rex Lapis. But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality.
Huh? Did you just say, as an Adeptus?
Yes, I am a mix of human and Qilin. Adeptus, after the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. Let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies? I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found.
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this tradition well.
Wow, so you really know your stuff, too. Thanks, Gunyu.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, I never thought that I would be able to contribute to the upcoming farewell for our ancient lord. If you would excuse me, I should return to my work now. Good luck.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished. Given the ease of picking glaze lilies...
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a bit...
I've had enough ventures in my life already. Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself.
Wow. See? Zhongli sounds like he's already seen it all. Alright, I think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
Ah, you're the consultant to Wengsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume. The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act rashly.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city. However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo-Archon.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millelith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng funeral parlor has also been caught up in all of this.
Things are taking a turn for the worse. I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng funeral parlor. Consider your next course of action carefully, traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
Whew. Having connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword. So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse? Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him. He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching to do something really bad. But where could we find him now? Where would he go at a time like this?
फाइट करनी है क्या इधर?
Wow! This is the Golden House? It looked impressive enough from the outside.
Recommend 37 level लिखा था तो मैं recommend 29 level.
And so full of Mora. This is where all of Tibet's Mora is minted, right? In that case... Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true. Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia. Huh? Look! What happened here? Uh-oh. Paimon smells trouble. Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
किड की आवाज है तो.
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself.
Kid बोलता child. का नाम kid.
But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way. Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort? Stopping the more immense, hiding away the exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of—
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there? Fighting talk, I love it! Now let's see you live up to it.
Bid.
This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with a Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
अरे disappoint नहीं करेगा मैं तेरे को.
One become.
पता मेरे को पता मैं. ये वो बालक लड़ेगा मेरे से.
Not bad, not bad.
Not bad नहीं पता मैं तो.
Good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger.
गलत. चल तुझे लगा. इसका लेवल को गायब हो गया. पिटने वाला हूँ मैं. ऑलमोस्ट जीत चुका हूँ.
Let's dance. La la la.
देखिएगा रुके तभी तो इसको मैं मारूंगा वायर की पावर. इम्यून है ये, इससे क्यों मैं मार रहा हूँ उसको. लियो बेटा घुसंड बड़ी कैसी लगी. 108 का डैमेज चाहिए. आजा. अबे आया ही नहीं भगोड़ा.
This is no job for detective.
got some skills.
पिट गया क्या मैं? अबे तो जीता मैं हूँ, पिट कैसे गया मैं?
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get. Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected! Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now! Huh? I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
ट्रू पावर दिखा रहा है लौंडा। अबे ये टैली मतलब क्या बोलते हैं इसको, ट्रांसफॉर्म हो सकता है। अबे तो मैं कैसे बचूंगा इससे? मैं पिटने वाला हूँ वो गंदा। मेरे को कोई बचा दो। मेरे को भी पावर मिलनी चाहिए कुछ। यो एंट्री हो रही है लौंडे की। इतना पावरफुल है ये। और मेरा इधर रुको जरा, ये कर सकता हूँ क्या मैं? मेरे को पावर बढ़ाने की है इसको। और तेरी बढ़ाऊंगा, इसकी भी बढ़ा दूँ।
You got to the Gnosis ahead of me, didn't you? Did you simply move faster, or?
57 लेवल का क्या लगता है इसको मैं मार दूँगा।
No matter. Hand the Gnosis over.
57 लेवल।
Don't make me take it from you.
We didn't take it.
इसे पेल के रखेंगे।
Let the show begin.
अब भीड़ ले तू। बालक रुक जा, बालक हेल्प करने दे। भीड़। इसको वैसे तो हरा सकता हूँ मैं, क्यों नहीं हराऊंगा? इतना हार्ड भी नहीं है, 37 लेवल का है। या तो भी इसने कुछ दिखाया ही नहीं अपना। तो ये क्या है? बेल। भैंस के बेल निकाले वाले, तेरा मैं बेल निकालूंगा। ये ले भीड़। चीटर बच गया मैं तो। रिटर्न भी आता है, ले आ तू ये फेल दिया रे मैं इसको, फिर भी हरा दिया मैं। हरा दिया मैं। 37 लेवल का था लोंडा।
Look, child's back to normal again.
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you. We didn't take it.
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui Harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
A god?
Osile, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god would be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How can an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey, those are sigils of permission! Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you...
Godzilla है.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on? Exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't...
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Qixing. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Lila. Just seeing this overlord of the vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? No. So will the power of the Qixing, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is... not necessarily.
What? But all of you were supposed to be the guardians of Liyue. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qixing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now. Yep.
Fighting time.
The three Adepti are manning the Guizhong Ballista. Do not let the Fatui disturb their work!
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you, one wishes to witness.
मेरे पास इतना पावर कहाँ से आ गया? 40 लेवल का तो है, मैं ऐसे खेल दिया उसको.
Let's move.
कौन? अबे ये देखो छू
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun. I miscalculated. I must collect myself.
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
Let the show begin.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
Let's end this quickly!
The ancient gods attacking again! There are so many between two! We kill them!
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is adeptal energy! That light from your body, it's like the time a jillion cars! Wow, it's Madame Ping's shockwave! This granny's really strong!
Not breaking a sweat!
This isn't good.
You're not going anywhere! Don't get in the way! Warm. No excuse for something!
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil! Cast your fear of injury by the wayside, and fight with all your might! I too did this during the Archon War!
So this is what Ganyu's like in a fight!
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going too fast!
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
I guess this is it.
I'll protect us.
Oh, so sorry. Ah! Confess! Ah! Ah! Yeah!
The more, the merrier.
Cyclone!
Exercise caution! I fear that the god's power has reached its peak!
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
Frostbite.
This isn't good. Freeze! Dodge this! Freeze!
Let the show begin.
Cyclone!
The Fatui's numbers are thinning!
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
Just once.
पूरा टाइम तो मैं पेला हूँ किसको
The
पेलते हुए देखा
interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
ये क्या सीन है?
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
रोंगटे खड़े हो गए कसम से। मैं सोचा नहीं ऐसा कुछ करेंगे ये लोग। नई स्टोरी एकदम से पूरी की पूरी बदल दी लोगों ने। खतरनाक एकदम।
Is it finally over?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
What?
In the dream, I yearn to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world. But I dared not speak.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you
Right! That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millelith. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millelith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern ride.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection. But it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place.
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, conqueror of demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh? Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death too? Hyman doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adeptiless Rite of Parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's gone. Let's ask for him at Wangshen Funeral Parlor.
हम्म 30 लेवल होने वाला है। क्या बात है, क्या बात है। जाना किधर हमको? तो टेलीपोर्ट कर लेता हूँ मैं इधर से। उधर 40 लेवल के बंदे थे, इतनी जल्दी जल्दी मैं मार दिया, पता नहीं कैसे। या वहाँ पे इंक्रीज हो गया होगा मेरा डैमेज अपने आप से, स्टोरी के हिसाब से।
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble. We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
The key here is consumer psychology. New stock at Sigu Antiques? We have some new items in.
Feel free to take a look around.
Fine. Hey, a seat with a view. And with that, the fate of the Bourgeois brother.
You call this cooperation between Harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Child है तो इधर।
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that. Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you! You're also one of the Harbingers?
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name.
क्या हम जिसको अच्छा समझते हो भी बुरा है, सारे के सारे बुरे हैं इसमें। तुमको मतलब एंड कैसे बनाने का है?
Right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on. So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled.
ये क्या हो गया? आवाज किधर गई?
How sanctimonious.
What? So you're the Lord of Chio? No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a...
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you, and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky, and all of Lyric goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see. Am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It isn't even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue. That's right, which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Credit is also due to Senora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo Archon to fulfill our contract. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti. They seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to
Huh?
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark!
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo-Archon.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight? Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
एक मिनट थोड़ा सा मैं एक चीज कर लूँ पता नहीं इससे क्या होगा पर कर लेते हैं
One of the clauses of our contract was not to divulge any of its contents.
You're so petty. मेरा स्ट्रीम क्या हो चुका है कोई देख ही नहीं रहा
Doing detective work means you gotta walk the walk. No, I mean literally.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
चैट तो ऑन कर लूँ मैं, मेरे को पता कैसे चलेगा कोई गलती से है तो कैसे चलेगा। और स्टेन क्या करें, लिंक सेंड करने से कोई तो आके देखेगा।
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have...
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our...
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things?
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear...
वैसे तो गेम खेल रहा है BGMI अभी भी.
Oh, well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think? I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow.
Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
Hear ye all! The Chi-Sing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not, and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors, or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Chi-Sing's announcement said. So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Chi-Sing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look. Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of prosperity?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young.
The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price.
Whoa!
मैं क्या मांगूंगा, कुछ नहीं मांगूंगा.
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
अबे पहली बार जिंदगी में इसकी बात सुनी मैंने. इतने दिन से गेम खेल रहा हूँ मैं. एक हफ्ते के बाद बोला है लोंडा. एक हफ्ते से मैं गेम खेल रहा हूँ. मैं सोचा गूंगा है, बोलता ही नहीं है. क्या करना है मेरे को, क्या करना है?
As for the mortals and
बात करना क्या किसी से, मेरे को किससे बात करने का है? काउट गेमर, हेलो ब्रो. हम BGMI तो अभी खेल नहीं रहा, बैन हो गया गेम, इसलिए तो नई गेम है. थोड़ा एनीमे टाइप है, इसको देख के एनीमे की फील आ जाएगी सबको. मेरे को बात करनी है, पर किससे करनी चाहिए रहा.
Rex Lapis. Rex Lapis. Now that I think about it, if everyone's of the same mind as me, perhaps mementos for Rex Lapis might be the best short-term business opportunity.
And to think I'd put my best perfume on before coming here, thinking you'd like it. But it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be offered to Rex Lapis. Well, that's fine. Suffer no rivals in love, they say. And that's 3 gone in 1 stroke.
Go, Barbara, go!
बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक सुन
Hey,
पहले.
Zhongli! Look at this. Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, thinking that they'll never see Rex Lapis again. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Xinyue kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Xinyue kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do lack the Mora.
But why would Morax lack Mora?
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand.
Oh, no wonder. Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you...
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight, as well as positions, roles, and lives. The Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli. That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the Shogun of Inazuma, people...
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Animo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods. And of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles. All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know? Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation.
हम्म 30 लेवल, क्या बात है, 30 लेवल हो चुका है मेरा। कुछ अच्छा मिलेगा क्या 30 लेवल पे? अच्छा दे दो मेरे को 30 लेवल पे। 64 ये कंप्लीट करना होगा मेरे को। इधर से माल पानी है क्या? पहले तो मैं इधर जाके कलेक्ट करके आता हूँ। 1 मिनट। चैप्टर 3 प्रोग्रेस चल रहा है अभी।
Children, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
So, in the eyes of an adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need. What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days. Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glazed lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. even more difficult to find is Smaragdus jadeite, which must be... In any case, Smaragdus jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the... goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yanfei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yanfei, I believe you already heard of the Traveler and his traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui. Before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Chising. A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been... Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yanfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yanfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yanfei. She's always been like this, ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them...
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for,
Is that so, Yanfei? Are you...
I know, Granny, you've told...
Whoa.
Commercial consultancy. Krusel. A Snezhnayan merchant. He mentioned that he was considering, so I guess I'll go look for him. Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try...
Wow. An Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful.
Traveler, please, over here. It has been a while since you joined the Adventurers Guild. Are your adventures going smoothly? Is that so? Apart from your own skills, reliable teammates are also indispensable when adventuring. Another person to count on is always good after all. But
Yep, an bet it's even harder to get a guide as good as Paimon.
Ah, yes. I do have some information that may be of help to you. Let me consult our records. Ah, there it is. There's been a certain blonde stranger who arrived in Mondstadt lately, dressed in most unusual clothes.
Blonde. Dresses all funny. Wait! Do you mean... Does that stranger's face look anything like his?
Hmm? Like the honorary knights? No, they couldn't look more different. This stranger is a very tall man, and even has an eye patch.
Seriously? How does this have anything to do with Kaya? Eye patches can't prove that you're related anyway.
That stranger declined the guild's invitation, so I can't say that I know anything about the relationship between him and Mr. Kaya. Nonetheless, you can look for him if you're interested. Perhaps he might accept your commission instead. After all, it is not uncommon for some adventurers to not want to be limited by the guild, and should the stranger be a strong adventurer indeed, he would certainly be a big help on your journey. Please don't talk down on yourself like that. You are the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius, after all. Your deeds are the stuff of song for all the bards in the city, even now. Well, as to further news about him, you may want to ask Mr. Lawrence. He stands guard at the city gate, so he may know something about that stranger. I wish you every success, adventurer.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
Ad Astra Abyssos.
Advance reward.
Ad Astra Abyssos. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Ad Astra Abyssos.
सारा कलेक्ट करेंगे, छोड़ेंगे थोड़ी ना। अब उस बंदे को ढूंढना है, किधर है वो?
Bombs. So...
You always seem to be around to give me a hand.
अपग्रेड कर सकते हैं तो कर लेते हैं, क्या दिक्कत है? नौ 9,000 का डैमेज है।
You always seem to be around to give me a hand.
Level.
Rumor had to think.
give me a better price?
I swear on the archives, I can't go any lower. Go ahead and pick up some new pieces from Shopes' blacksmith.
करना क्या है अभी? वो पता नहीं क्या ही बोल रखा है इसने।
I have gathered everyone here today to make an important announcement. Perhaps some of you will have heard the news already.
We built the Jade Chamber? That's a huge project!
So the rumors are true. No wonder the price of building materials has gone up so much lately.
The Jade Chamber means a lot to Lady Ningguang. Getting involved in this would be a huge opportunity.
Lady Ningguang, is there any way we can be of service?
Patience. Since the news made it out a few days ago, I have already had many people contacting me to declare an interest in joining the project. Nevertheless, I do have the building site has been chosen, and most of the materials have been assembled. 3 key items are, however, still outstanding. They are as follows: Sunset Vermilionite,
wonder cores, and adepti sigils.
स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ अभी.
Excuse my ignorance, Lady Ningguang. I'm familiar enough with Plostrite, but I've never even heard of those other two.
Only sufficiently large pieces of plostrite,
देना तो
or
पानी दे.
specifically
ठंडा हो
vermilionite, may earn themselves the sunset moniker. This stone is what allows the jade chamber
तो
to
मत
float.
दे फिर बोल
Wonder
मत.
cores, meanwhile, are the central components of the mechanical structure of the jade chamber. Adepti sigils serve as a means of integrating the mechanical devices with adepti art. They are as indispensable. Although these three items are rare, I take the saying, time is money, more seriously than most. Efficiency is everything. You may ask me anything.
These things won't be easy to get hold of. But if it means a chance to get some inside information on Liyue Harbor's development plan for next year...
Then it's the deal of a lifetime. Information from Lady Ningguang is priceless. Whoever gets to it first takes the market.
Haha, what a coincidence. I won't divulge too much, but I heard some murmurings about some plostrite just the other day. So excuse me all, but I have some business to do.
No. We better move quickly, or this opportunity will be snatched away from us.
Ningguang's rebuilding the Jade Chamber? This is a huge deal! Let's get involved!
ठंडा.
So you heard my announcement, did you? What do you think? Interested? Yes. Providing the question pertains to something I am knowledgeable about.
Really? Ooh, then Paimon will ask you about how to run a business! Then we'll never be short of Mora ever again.
Of course. But how much information I share with you will depend on your performance. The construction of the Jade Chamber requires a great deal of space. The abandoned mine outside the Golden House has been selected as the building site. I have other business to attend to now. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you to the site in person. Remember, this is a race against the clock. A rare opportunity presents itself to you.
Ningguang seems super busy. Come on, we'd better get going. First, we gotta get out of Eugene Terrace. Huh? Look! It seems like there's something kind of fishy going on over there.
Ma'am, you seem like an eminent and distinguished young lady to me. I can see that you're easily gonna win this procurement contest Lady Ningguang has set up. As it happens, we have some information about the materials that I really think might interest you. Come on, let's find somewhere a little more private, and we can get down to brass tacks.
No, I don't need it.
Don't be like that. Hey, come on! Don't go! Why don't you stand there after her? Oh, right, yeah.
Did you hear that? They said they had some useful information! Information's just what we need right now. Let's follow them and see what we can find out.
देख रहा है सचिन. Graphics. कहाँ जाना है इधर है. इसके फूल उखाड़ लेंगे हम इधर से.
They're not here. Let's keep looking.
Well, will you look at that, ma'am? No, don't worry, we're not bad guys. You give us some mora, we give you a little info. Everybody's a winner.
Boss, I got a bad feeling about this. Look at her, the white hair, the energy she gives off. I'm telling you, there's something different about her.
So what? She's loaded. How are we ever going to repay those gambling debts if we just let money walk away from us, huh?
I've already told you, I don't need your information. If you still can't grasp that, I'm happy to repeat it in a way that won't be so easy to forget.
Come on, ma'am. You seem like an intelligent lady. I shouldn't have to spell this out to you. It's not about whether you need the info or not, okay? It's about...
I won't...
No more excuses! I know you have money. I saw you. Yeah, I saw you. Strolling into Lioli Pavilion, ordering a table full of food, and only taking a few bites. Then Shinyue Kiosk, then Wanmin Restaurant. Same story each time. You order all the signature dishes, take a few bites, then you're on your way again. How could you afford to be so wasteful if you weren't from a rich family? And since you...
Master warned me not to lay a hand on anyone in Liyue Harbor. But here we are. Perhaps... yes. Let's call it fate.
Boss, I'm telling you, something's not right.
What are you afraid of? We're just selling information. It's not illegal. If she lays a finger on us, all the better. We'll sue her for everything she's worth.
Oh, you again.
Millilith? What are the Millilith doing here? Did you do this?
Silence! How dare you threaten innocent civilians? You're coming with us.
No, don't be angry, sir. Please, let me explain.
Shenhe.
Shenhe?
My name.
Oh, so your name's Shenhe. Paimon's name is... well, Paimon. And this is Paimon's travel buddy.
Oh, I've heard about you two before. Thank you for helping to defuse the situation. I could have dealt with it myself, though. I suspect smashing his head against the ground a handful of times is all it would have taken to get him to surrender.
You can't do that. That's way too violent. This is Liyue Harbor. There are laws against that kind of stuff, you know.
Laws? No, apparently not.
Really? So how exactly have you...
That would be my stomach growling. I haven't eaten enough.
She's so honest. Wait, that's right. They said you went around all the restaurants ordering this and that and the other, but only took a small bite of each dish. Then of course you're still hungry. So, anything in particular you're hungry for?
Chingson, glaze lily, violet grass. These are my usuals. Medicinal herbs?
Kinda hard to explain. Anyway, Boo Boo Pharmacy's not far away. Let's take Shenhe there for a big medicinal meal. After all, you can't work on an empty stomach. Do you think Shenhe might be an Adeptus? It seems like it's her first time in Liyue Harbor, and she doesn't seem to get how things work here. If she is an Adeptus, that would explain everything. Where does she fit?
Are you here to buy some herbs? I do hope you brought your prescription.
Ginseng, glaze lily, and violet grass, please. Half a pound of each.
What kind of prescription is this? Sounds more like a lunch order. Oh, here you go. That's everything we have in stock.
Thank you.
She's really eating them!
My hunger has now abated. Thank you. Rather awful. Though they were not completely devoid of sweet fragrance. After consuming a large quantity of them, bitterness is all that remains.
So, how come you chow down on these and barely touch the restaurant food? If Paimon had enough Mora, Paimon would go to the fanciest restaurant in town and order a whole table of food and eat it all in one go.
Because I'm not sure whether I will remain here in the future. The food of the mortal realm is most delicious, but should I return to the mountains, yearning for the food here shall only pose an obstacle to my continued spiritual development. Sampling each dish in order to appreciate its taste is enough.
Return to the mountains. That proves it. Paimon knew she was an adeptus.
Enough about me. What are your...
Oh, right! Paimon almost forgot. We came out to take part in the Rebuild the Jade Chamber competition. And now we're probably super behind because we've been held up for so long.
I see. I heard something about the contest when I was passing by.
Yep! You get to ask Ningguang any question you want if you win! Were you interested in the contest too, Shenhe?
I came for the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber, but until this point I had no intention of joining a contest. However, you have shown me your kindness, and I would now like to lend you my assistance. Oh, don't worry. I ask for nothing in return.
Wow! You really don't have to. But having an Adeptus help out will make things a whole lot easier, so...
Then let's not delay. I have a plan.
Great! Paimon bets this is gonna be the awesomest plan ever!
I am not sure whether, or to what extent, this plan can be classified as awesome. I do, however, believe it will be highly effective. We simply need to dispose of everyone who is currently ahead of us. Then, we alone shall become the victors.
Veto! That is not acceptable! Not by a long shot!
Really? But I hear that competition is in essence about conflict and one-upmanship.
Look, we want to win this competition fair and square, okay? Sunset Vermilionite, Wonder Cores, and Adepti Sigils. Let's start at the top of the list and work down. So, for Plostrite...
I was wondering who I could hear arguing over there. So, it's you.
Baiju? What are you doing out here?
Lady Ningguang wishes to purchase a large batch of wound dressing. We're...
Huh? How come Lady Ningguang needs so much wound dressing all of a sudden?
I'm not too sure. I did hear she's looking to rebuild the Jade Chamber. Maybe for its first aid on site? Oh, and she also borrowed Chi-Chi. Meaning Boo Boo Pharmacy is very short-handed right now. I don't suppose any of you are looking for part-time work by any chance?
No. We've got other stuff to do. While you're here though, you seem to know a lot. Have you ever heard of something called Sunset Vermilionite?
Ah, the variety of Plostrite used in the Jade Chamber, yes? There is some mention of it in the Seven Mountain Treatises. When activated, Sunset Vermilionite rises up all the way into the clouds. As far as the records show, virtually all Sunset Vermilionite in existence has been mined and taken possession of. But the Feiyun Commerce Guild would know far more about this than I do.
Okay then, let's go ask at the Feiyun Commerce Guild. Thanks, Baiju.
You're quite welcome. Good luck to you all. And if there's anything further you need from me, just...
स्टोरी करने से जल्दी जल्दी बढ़ रहा है.
Master Xingqiu, thank goodness you're finally back.
Oh? Why do I detect an urgency in your voice?
The guild has had a whole string of strange orders in recently. Everyone's been completely caught off guard. Your father gave me specific instructions to ask you to stay and help out if I happen to see you.
I see. Have someone sort the orders by type for now.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, Master.
Hey, Xingqiu! Glad you're here. We want to ask you for some information.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait a moment. Shu, I need to entertain some guests. Please continue with your work for the time being. And
Understood, Master Xingqiu. Then I will leave you in peace.
I wasn't counting on finding you here today. What's going on?
Xingqiu, have you ever heard of Sunset Vermilionite?
Oh, I see. So you've entered Lady Ningguang's contest as well.
As well? Do you mean...
The truth is, the Feiyun Commerce Guild is in possession of some Sunset Vermilionite, but only one piece. We are holding it on behalf of someone who has asked us to put it up for auction, and a lot of interested parties have already come to us inquiring about the price. At the end of the day, it all comes down to supply and demand.
500 million?!
Honestly, I would recommend that you don't bother bidding on this one.
But without any Sunset Vermilionite...
Don't panic. I don't suppose you ever heard of Sea Gazer?
Who?
Sea Gazer was once very close to Mountain Shaper, but if I am not mistaken, he has already passed away.
Yes, precisely. I didn't know anyone else knew about him. According to records of drifting clouds, Sea Gazer once built an abode to store his rarest and most exquisite treasures. After Sea Gazer passed, the abode was abandoned, and its location was lost to time. Luckily, I came into possession of a stack of folk history books just recently. They make some oblique references to this lost abode, and...
That's great! But is it really okay for us to just go and take his treasure? Wouldn't it be a little, disrespectful? With him being an Adeptus?
You needn't worry. As far as I understand, Sea Gazer was very open-minded. Even...
Open-minded? I have not heard of Sea Gazer being described in this way before.
Just a rumor I heard out in the mountains. All right then, let's go.
There's something about this young lady that reminds me of a good friend of mine. Oh, I almost forgot. Adepti abodes tend to have very ingenious designs, especially when it comes to their defense mechanisms. Plus, it's likely to be crawling with monsters.
Okay, we will be. Thanks, Xingqiu. Here, but Paimon doesn't see anything.
This place was hidden using a special Adepti art. But now that I have removed it, we can inspect the area more closely.
Wow, that's amazing! Vasily got to here and then disappeared. Should we...
क्या चाहिए मेरे को? तो ही ना, पार्टी लोग है तो हम पेल देंगे, फिर भी दिक्कत आ रही है अगर पेलना पड़ेगा किसी को तो।
Weren't we at a waterfall just now? Oh, so many clouds. It feels like we're high up in the sky.
I believe this is the abode of that Adeptus. With any luck, the sunset vermilionite we're looking for should be in here.
फाइट होगी किसी ना किसी से।
See? Huh? Look, it's gone and snuck beneath the clouds. And now that Paimon takes a closer look, the rocks and trees here don't seem complete. Oh, could there be something below the clouds?
These are not real clouds. They are the product of an Adepti art used for spatial partitioning. If we want to go down, we must first destroy the mechanism that is maintaining the Adepti art.
All right, then let's do it.
I sense the presence of monsters in this place. I don't know.
समझ गए। पर वहाँ पे को जाने को बोल, अबे इतनी दूर दूर पे कैसे जा सकता हूँ मैं? चल के जा सकता हूँ कच्चा। पहले इधर जाते हैं। हमको ये करने का है एक मिनट, मेरे को क्या मिल गया ये चलाने? अरे क्या बात है, मैं नोटिस ही नहीं किया। अरे तो मैं इसको तोड़ा तो था। हेलो, आया क्यों नहीं तो मेरे साथ? ये खुल चुका है। मेरे को कैरेक्टर सेलेक्ट करने के लिए क्यों दिया इसने? 49 लेवल का, गजब। पगला गए हो क्या भाई? 49 लेवल वाले से कैसे लड़ूंगा मैं? पहले इधर जाते हैं, इन लोग से लड़े थे थोड़ा।
Take your true form.
डैमेज तो इसका भी मैक्स लेवल के साथ मिल रही है क्या ये? 200 का डैमेज तो दिया था इसने। मेरे को 49 लेवल वाले से भिड़ने का है। अरे तू क्या मर, डैमेज दे दिया। ये तो तूने गलत किया। मेरे को 49 लेवल वाले से कैसे भिड़ूंगा मैं? चलो कोई नहीं, भीड़ लेंगे जल्दी। इसको ले लो, भीड़ लेंगे।
It appears that we've been taken for intruders. This time, why not allow me to take care of this?
पहले इसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं।
Let's dance.
भीड़ लो।
Obey.
टाइमिंग नहीं दे रखा है, मैं मजे ले लेके भिड़ूंगा तरीके से, पर डैमेज वैसे भी मेरे को पता नहीं कितने पे है। 49 लेवल के मॉन्स्टर इसके सामने कुछ सही नहीं।
My will embodied. Cryo incarnate. The core of the mechanism is exposed, but now's our
फेल
chance.
दिया रे, फेल दिया गजब। तू मेरे को कभी मिलेगी? ये मेरे को खेलने के लिए कब मिलेगी? इतनी खतरनाक तो है ये। ओए नीचे क्यों मर गया मैं? बच गया, बच गया। अभी इससे लड़ने का है मेरे को।
Is everyone okay? Look! Cecilia's disappeared beneath the clouds again!
It looks like we need to go further down. But before that, let's destroy the guard mechanisms on this level first.
मारने धक्का मौका नहीं दे रहा इसको तो। जग जा, जग जा।
Let's dance.
सात तो का एक डैमेज है। जग जा बोट कहीं के। अबे सीरियस नहीं आना था, सीरियस नहीं आना था। खेल के रख दिया इसने तो मेरे को।
Manifest! Unleash! Do your master's bidding!
कैसे कैसे? मैं सोचा मैं किसी और का इस्तेमाल ही नहीं करूँगा।
La la la!
49 लेवल का है ये भी।
Obey! Let the show begin.
अबे इसमें बदलिए, जल्दी जल्दी डैमेज दे रही है। अभी किसको बड़े आइटम को जगाना चाहती है? रखा क्यों? तेरे को जगना नहीं है जब इधर से। भाई ये तो जगह ही नहीं, किस लिए रखा है? अच्छा, अरे क्यों बोल दिया, मैं उठ गया वो। नहीं बोलना चाहिए था मेरे को। क्यों उठा दिया? वो 49 लेवल का ही होगा।
ये
क्या हो रहा है?
Luckily there was a pool of water at the bottom. Otherwise, that could have ended very differently. Hey! That series on the move again! Let's catch up with it! Huh. Something looks different about this stone wall. Let's take a closer look.
टच करने पे जाना आगे.
Let the show begin.
इधर से टच करना है. ये तो हिलने का नाम नहीं दे रहा है. तोड़ सकते हैं क्या इसको? अरे इधर भी तो है. उधर चेस्ट लेने जाना होगा मेरे को.
I'll protect us.
क्या पजल दे रखी इन लोगों ने. ये उधर से करके आना होगा. रुको जरा. नहीं, क्या मजाक हो रहा है. क्या पजल बना रखे हो तुम लोग इसको. ओहो, आखिरकार खुल ही गया. पर इसको हेल्थ कर ले. इसकी 49 लेवल का है.
My will embodied, manifest.
Dumpy Dumpty go! Boing boom!
49 लेवल का आइटम है ये लोग.
Obey!
अच्छी बात है. इसमें टाइमिंग नहीं है. टाइमिंग होती तो हार जाता मैं तो फाइट को. ये स्टोन तोड़ने में दिक्कत ऐसी हो रही है. इसको ले आऊं जरा. आ गया, बड़ा आइटम आ गया.
Let the show begin.
बड़ा आइटम.
By ordinance divine.
फेल दे इसको.
Manifest. Unleash.
फेल के रख दो इसको, बड़े आइटम को. ये 49 लेवल का है. कुछ तो करके तभी मैं सोचो. अबे नहीं नहीं, बच गया. एक बार और कूदेगा. पीट चुका हूँ मैं.
Let's dance.
You will regret this.
पछताएगा तू बोट कहीं के.
I'll protect us.
Take your true form!
Oh, so sorry.
सब पेल देगा मैं इसकी कोई किसी भी नहीं छोड़ूंगा.
Dodge this.
Cryo incarnate! You'll regret that!
नहीं छूट गया मैं ऑलमोस्ट बच गया.
Come on, we can do
हेल्पफुल हो जा.
Manifest!
अबे ये बुचड़ू लोग यही जिंदगी भर करते रहेंगे क्या?
Obey!
अरे क्या स्पैमर लोग है भयंकर. हट मेरे को हेल्थ मिल जाए अभी बताता हूँ. स्पैम करते आरामी लोग.
Unleash!
This one will be frozen in time. Freeze!
Dumpy Dumpty Pout!
By ordinance divine!
पेल के रख दो इनकी ऐसी की तैसी. दोनों पिल गए. अब इसको पेलो. पिल जा इस बार मत लीजिए मेरे को आइटम. ये क्या गिर रहा है तो इस साइड.
Let's dance.
अच्छा इधर जाना है मेरे को. चल रास्ता दिखा. चल आगे चल. सही है मेरे को ऐसे प्लेयरों से खेलना है मेरे को.
That been a sunset vermilion night?
चलो मो को रखा है.
Let the show begin.
चौदह 14,000 हेल्थ है इसकी. मतलब ये मैक्स होके मेरे को मिली है सिर्फ गेम खेलने के लिए, ट्रायल के लिए.
Is this it? It's so huge. That's true. But then again, why isn't it floating?
Prostrate doesn't float until it's activated. It may look different from most ordinary stones, but it weighs around the same amount. Only after being activated does Prostrate reveal its true nature, breaking free from the shackles of the mortal realm and ascending up into the heavens.
Wow, Shenhe. You seem to know everything about this.
Only because my master is fond of chatting about these things. The moment, I don't care for her stories most of the time. I certainly didn't expect them to ever come in handy.
Hold on a sec. Paimon just realized something. If we activate it here, there's no way we'll be able to get it back to the site, right? But if we don't activate it, how else are we gonna lift it?
Don't worry. I can handle the weight quite easily.
Are you sure?
Please don't worry. I'm well aware that a Prostrate sample this large must be highly valuable. I will my safety.
That's right! Paimon's sure you can handle it and everything, but if something this heavy lands on you, you're gonna get yourself hurt, no matter who you are. You gotta be extra careful when lifting heavy objects. It's just common sense.
Is it now? I'll go on ahead with the Prostrate. Let's meet at the building site later.
How is Shenhe able to carry that huge rock all by herself? Adepti super strength much? We can't slow down yet. Let's go meet her at the building site.
इसको लीव तो करना है, मेरे को ये समझ में आया, पर लीव कैसे करूँगा बे? इधर है, मैं वही सोचूं लीव करने का ऑप्शन किधर चला गया। पहले तो पेड़ पे आता था। ओए गिर को गया मैं। 1 मिनट, जाना किधर है? टेलीपोर्ट कर लो क्या मैं? टेलीपोर्ट। वो 14,000 था, मेरे पास भी तो है, सो 6,000। मेरे साथ डबल से ज़्यादा हेल्थ थी इसकी।
Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes.
How can she lift that massive rock all by herself?
Oh, mighty Adeptus, please give me your blessing so that...
This is top tier in size and quality, and the condition it's in is quite simply immaculate. I'm going to award you full mark.
My name isn't important. I'm not even here to compete. I was just delivering this for some other people. They...
Shenhe, and Ningguang's little helper.
Ah, so you're the ones behind this. No, but I have to correct you on one point. It's not helper, it's secretary.
Okay then, Miss Secretary, what do you think of the rock we found?
Pretty. In truth, it is the finest piece of plustrite. If everything goes according to... As a side note, Lady Ningguang... Now, please excuse me.
Shenhe, just now on the way over, pretty much everyone was singing your praises.
Oh, really?
What kind of reaction is that? So strange. Aren't you happy about it? Whenever Paimon gets praised, Paimon can't help but hold their head up high and break into a big smug smile.
I've had similar compliments before. They call me an Adeptus, treat me with great deference and respect, as if I'm set apart from the common folk.
Yeah, 'cause that's how Adepti are. At least the ones we've met are pretty unique and reclusive, too. Way different than normal people.
But I am not...
Shenhe?
I'm fine. I've been exerting myself quite a lot ever since we set foot in that abode. I'm just a little fatigued.
Well, Byron said that there are some makeshift hotels we can use, right? Let's go check in and take a rest.
No need. I simply need to find myself a secluded place in the wilderness to sit and meditate in silence.
You can't do that. It's dangerous out in the wild on your own. When you're hungry, you go eat something tasty. And when you're tired, you go lie down in a nice, comfy bed.
Okay. If you insist.
Great! Now we're talking. Let's head to our hotel.
Hi there! Checking in, are we? You're just in time. We only have 2 rooms left.
Since this was chosen as the building site for the new Jade Chamber, we've had a constant stream of people in this area. And not just workers either. Visitors, business people, tea sellers, all sorts. So, business is booming for me today. Very
Great!
One of your rooms is still being cleaned. I guess it should be ready within the hour. The other... Here are your keys. All right.
Shenhe, you should go get some rest. We'll hang around outside until the other room's ready. Paimon's gonna go see if there's anything good to eat around here. Paimon couldn't help but notice one of the guests walk in with a huge grilled chicken drumstick before. Let's buy one for Shenhe too. She can have it as a midnight snack. Or save it for breakfast tomorrow.
All right. I will head to my room for now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to disturb me. I'm a light sleeper. I will hear if you knock on the door. See you tomorrow.
Hey! Isn't that Cloud Retainer? What's she doing here? Let's go and say hi.
One trusts you have met Shenhe. So, are you getting along quite well?
So far, so good. Yeah. So, you know Shenhe too, Cloud Retainer?
Naturally. Save for Ganyu, who spends the majority of her time in Liyue Harbor. All the Adepti living today are acquainted with Shenhe to some...
Cool. So, what's her Adeptus name anyway? Calling her Shenhe feels kind of friendly, but also kind of disrespectful. So Paimon's thinking maybe it'd be better if we called her by her Adeptus name instead.
Her Adeptus name? Why, pray tell, would Shenhe have an Adeptus name?
Don't all Adepti have a special title they go by?
On this latter point, you are correct. However, Shenhe is human.
Oh, right. Wait, what? Paimon neither! This is a real surprise!
Do you mean to say that she presents differently from ordinary human beings?
Well, to start with, her problem-solving methods are extremely direct.
Ah, yes. She was like this all those years ago when one first met her. One first found Shenhe by chance in a cave. One was passing by and sensed the presence of a god's remains. Inside was Shenhe, then aged around 6 years old. In her hand, she held a dagger with which she was confronting a monster that was the god's remains incarnate.
That sounds so dangerous.
When one arrived, she had already been locked in confrontation with this monster, for that she was able to endure such terrible danger was due not only to her strong willpower. One dealt with the monster, yet she still refused to lower her guard.
In other words, if you hadn't passed by that day, Shenhe might have...
Not necessarily.
That's still so dangerous, though. Why was a tiny little kid battling against the wrath of a god in the first place?
Alas, the mortal world is rife with suffering of every kind. Indeed, it is one to whom she refers. Shenhe has an extraordinary constitution. However, her homicidal urges did not... Mooncarver, what red ropes have... It is only by fate that people's paths may cross. Now that Shenhe's path has crossed with yours.
Oh, now Paimon gets it.
Huh. You dare draw such a facile conclusion on the nature of one's present excursion? Incorrect. The truth is that while Liyue Harbor may seem peaceful today, danger is always lurking in the shadows.
Welcome back.
Ningguang once made a bold assertion that this is to be the era of the contract between Liyue and the humans. Well, one is most curious to observe how she will respond to the coming storm. If she handles it admirably, one is willing to be a witness to her achievements. But if she does not, the Adepti shall not hesitate to seize control. Let us conclude our conversation here for today. One has occupied enough of your time, and night is approaching. Be sure to get ample rest.
So, Shenhe isn't an Adeptus after all. She just grew up around the Adepti.
वेट फॉर ऑल्टिंग टू फॉलो टुडे। और आगे जाना है क्या मेरे को? देख लेते हैं। टुमारो चले जाते हैं टूटे की जगह। क्या होता है देखते हैं। मैं स्टोरी से आगे जा रहा हूँ बहुत ज़्यादा, या सही जा रहा हूँ पता नहीं है।
There seem to have been a growing number of tales told regarding Shenhe in recent years. One has heard the play
स्किप करते हैं थोड़ा स्टोरी। क्या मामला बनी है समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। हाँ कैसे स्किप करना है मेरे को? ये फुल स्किप करना है क्या? ऐसे पता नहीं, वो फॉलो करने के लिए बोल तो रहा है मेरे को, किधर और जाके करना है क्या करना है पता नहीं चल रहा। 12 आफ्टर देखते हैं क्या होता है। ये टाइम स्किप करने का पता नहीं क्या सीन है। अरे अभी तक नहीं आया, क्या मजाक है। करना क्या है? इसके अंदर तो वो है, मैं इधर से करता हूँ, क्या पता सही हो जाए। क्या लिखा है पहले ये पढ़ो। बस अभी तो सेम हो गया। 12 बजे तेरा नहीं हो रहा है, मजाक चल रहा है क्या मेरे?
Interesting is about to happen.
मन कर रहा फेल भी इसको, वो भी सोच रही कि क्या बावला है।
There seemed to one has heard the play portray.
8 to 12 8 करें क्या? टाइप करने का भी तो ऑप्शन नहीं है। अब करते हैं 8 to 12 8 to 12 क्या है? 8 पे आके रुकना होगा कि इसके बीच में फॉलो करना है, पता नहीं क्या क्या देते हैं लोग। यही था, मैं दिमाग लगा रहा था।
Hey, so Shenhua.
Master has relayed my situation to you, I take it.
Oh? How did you know?
I'd intended to wait until you came back before going to sleep, but I didn't hear you come in. I was worried that something may have happened to you, so I went outside to check and caught sight of my master. On top of this, you have been acting very strangely around me this morning, causing me to suspect that my master must have told you everything about me. After all, Master is very talkative.
Sorry, Shenhua. Paimon had you down as an adeptus this whole time, but it turns out Paimon was wrong.
It's okay. I don't mind. The fault is mine for not for this.
To be fair, anyway.
Got it.
Great! But after all. Oh, and another thing. We bought some grilled chicken drumsticks on the way back last night. There was a place just outside. Here's one for you, Shenhua. Try it! They're so good.
I concur. It has a rich flavor, far more agreeable than those I've cooked for myself in the wilderness in the past.
Look! The Jade Chamber is floating into the sky!
बना दिया गया इन लोगों ने।
But it seems to be tied down by something.
That's because it's not finished.
Hey, Rylan! And hey! People Paimon doesn't know?
दोनों कैरेक्टर मेरे पास है, ये देखो सामने जो है।
Given the enormous scale of the Jade Chamber, we split the construction work into 2 phases to make sure the structure remains balanced. Before we find some suitable plastrite, we build the Jade Chamber's keel at ground level. Once the plastrite is ready, we place it into the keel and let the partially constructed Jade Chamber rise up to the height of the surrounding mountain peaks. The remainder of the construction work is then carried out at that altitude. Once everything is...
Miss Bywin, we've brought some new materials to submit.
One moment, I'll be right there. The construction work has only been able to progress this rapidly thanks to the plastrite provided by you. Lady Ningguang is most grateful and looks forward to seeing more of your work.
Wow, can't believe you sourced the plastrite so quickly. It's the key piece of the puzzle. Looks like you beat us to the punch. Wait, I know you. You're the one who fought against the Fatui and Osile, right? Oh, sure enough, your reputation precedes you. Pleased to meet you. I'm Beto, captain of the Crux.
और तू मेरे पास है।
Beidou, are you here to join the Jade Chamber contest too?
Sure am. I happened to get my hands on a chunk of sunset vermilionite on a voyage a while back.
Huh. So even though it's rare, we're not the only ones who managed to get a hold of it.
Oh, I've got some introductions to do. This is the renowned Miss Yun, or Yunjin, probably the most famous figure in the Liyue opera scene.
और ये भी मेरे पास है दोनों कैरेक्टर सामने वाले.
Greetings.
These two are Paimon and the Traveler. I'm sure you've heard of them before.
Shenhe. I am their friend.
Good to meet ya. Well, from today on, I guess all of us are friends. Miss Yun is also here for the contest. Turns out she needed to borrow a boat, so we came to...
It's an honor to finally meet you both. I've heard much about you. Miss Shenhe, though we are only meeting for the first time, I have a feeling that we will get along very well indeed. To be honest with you all, I am in great need of this opportunity to ask Lady Ningguang a question. That's why I joined the contest.
Wow. So it looks like the three of us are competitors now.
Excuse me for prying, Miss Shenhe, but are you competing as well?
No, I don't have any questions for Ningguang. I just wanted to help him win.
In that case, I have a proposal to make. Lady Ningguang said that the first 3 contestants to procure all 3 materials will be awarded the chance to ask a question. Instead of competing against each other, we could work together to secure the top 3 places between us. What do you think?
Sounds great, but how does that change things exactly?
I think I see where you're going with this, Miss Yun. The plastrite was the most difficult item to source by a long shot. Luckily, all 3 of us managed to get our hands on it. How'd I do?
Precisely.
Huh.
Okay then. All right, I'll go first. From what I've heard, the core itself is...
We will head into town and seek advice from Master Zhang of Hanfeng's Ironmongers. Thoughts?
Wonderful. We'll split into teams then, and whoever makes progress first brings all of us a step closer to victory. I'm gonna take off. See you later.
Okay, let's go! By the way, what question are you gonna ask Ningguang Yun?
I'm looking for a venue to host the performance of our new opera.
Ooh, what's the opera called?
The opera is a labor of love by my father. He wrote it based on a popular urban legend about an evil spirit and an adeptus. It's called The Divine Damsel of Devastation.
हीट बहुत हो गया ये चिपक रहा है अभी तो किसके पास जाना है किसके पास जल्दी 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 मेरे पास उससे ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं है इस पे जाना है हेलो गलती से मैं सही जगह चला जाता हूँ बार-बार
Ah, hello. Are you here for something off the shelf or do you need something forged?
Excuse me, Master Zhang. We were wondering if you'd heard of something.
Of course I have. Sorry, who's asking?
My name is Yunjin. Perhaps you don't know me, but I believe that you forged some weaponry for my father in the past. First,
Yunjin? Stage use? Oh, so you must be Miss Yun. Sorry, my brain's finally caught up. It's not used to doing much beyond bashing a hammer all day. So, you're here to ask about wonder cores, huh? As it happens, the types of ore need...
No?
If I remember correctly, it could take some work, but if you stick with it, you'll find some...
स्टोरी स्किप कर रहा हूँ, मेरे
of
को
course,
फाइट
it's...
करना है, कुछ करना है.
Mount Tianheng.
Interestingly enough, I hear the view there. Perhaps it can give me...
फाइट देखने को मिलेगी इधर हमको.
I came to Mount Tianheng once with my father as a child. I remember it being such a long climb that I could barely feel my legs by the time we reached the top. This is quite a trip down memory lane for me. Look at these majestic, towering peaks and the gently flowing streams. It's like setting foot in paradise. No wonder the legend of the Divine Damsel... The Divine Damsel of Devastation is your upcoming opera, right? And the story takes... What's the story about, though? It's the story of a girl becoming a hero. Cool. A hero? The legend first arose in that village. The wife was at the vile and vicious monster. What a nasty piece! But the monster, just while they were discussing whose child... No! Don't do it, little girl! Unbeknownst to anybody else, she was concealing an exorcist's blade. Her extraordinary abilities drew the attention, and so, destined to grow...
I really like this story, but I personally think that perhaps I'm not sure she deserves...
Opera is always an interpretation. When my father wrote the script for this play, Well, it sure inspired pun...
Find it. कंपाउंड तो है पर 1 मिनट ऊपर दे के आते. क्या चीज़ है? आयरन चाहिए कोई सा. पहाड़ के ऊपर जाना मना है.
Let's just hope the rain hasn't washed all the clues away.
मैं इनसे फाइट करके देख सकता हूँ क्या चीज़ चाहिए, तो इनसे फाइट करके कुछ मिलेगा क्या? इम्यून है, आइस से थोड़ी ना इम्यून है फिर तुम लोग.
La la la.
कुछ हुआ क्या? इससे कुछ नहीं हुआ. क्या चाहिए इन लोग को? क्या चाहिए? हम घर की साइड में, अच्छा रॉक, मेरे को उधर को दिख रहा है चमकता, वो चाहिए इन लोग को। हाँ, एक मिल गया, एक ऊपर में देखा था। सीधा सीधा लोकेशन ही दे दी, अगर इतना हाइडन क्या छुप के रखना है। घेरा, मैं एक पंच में तोड़ सकता हूँ इसको।
This should be enough Star Splinter Iron. Now we just need to find that Subrosium.
I think I saw a village on our way here. Master Zhang said we should ask the locals for help. Why don't we try there?
Escape.
Hey, there really is someone here. Yunjin, looks like you were right. Huh. He didn't seem to catch that.
Hello, sir. We were just passing by and wanted to...
Is he trying to tell us to look for clues in the village? Shenhua, Yunjin, let's have a look around.
Sorry, you can go ahead without me. I'd like to have a word with this gentleman. If that's okay with you, Uncle Mingjin.
It's...
Shenhe.
Shenhe. You're alive. The rumors were true. So, all the... I'm sorry, I don't know how to find Subrosium. But I think you can find some information in the village. This place is deserted now.
Huh? You know this guy, Shenhua?
Thank you, kind sir. We'll go and take a look around. Don't worry. Mingjin has no ill intention towards Miss Shenhe. She'll be quite...
Okay, then let's see what we can find in this village.
मुझे थोड़ा सा एरिया मिल गया ढूंढने के लिए, मेरे को वो भी दिख भी रहा है। मैं पढ़ने में इंटरेस्टेड नहीं
Remains of a
हूँ।
god, an abandoned village. Now, does this mean that the true story of the divine damsel of devastation, the time frame certainly matches?
मेरे पास 10 मिनट है, 10 मिनट में ख़त्म करके मैं कुछ काम करेगा। और क्या करना है? चलो ऑब्जेक्ट इन दिस एरिया सर्च करना है मेरे को। ये स्टोन चाहिए तुम लोग को? ये तो मेरे पेटी में पड़ा ही होगा बहुत सारा। अरे इसको तोड़ने में ऐसी के तैसी। उस एरिया में रहना है इसलिए, और इस एरिया के अंदर ढूंढने का है मेरे को बाकी सारा चीज। ये मिल गया।
What's this?
पढ़ना है नहीं है तो खोल के रख दो।
So, now that I think about it, so that's why I've been, according to this text, and she didn't volunteer. She was, the truth is even more lamentable than the opera.
सबका एलिमेंट लग रखा है उनके ऊपर।
We've looked everywhere, but still no mention of Subrosium. Let's have a look over there.
Over there. Okay. ये सही किया ना इन लोगों ने, ये दे रखा है।
This is it. So basically, we need to... Let's go back and tell
मैं स्टोरी स्किप कर रहा हूँ।
year when I was back visiting, I heard I was a very close I bring flowers back.
Apologize for what? There is nothing he wouldn't have done.
Do you still?
I don't know what I feel. So if you ask me how I...
It must have been so tough for you all these years.
Shenhe, we're back!
Oh, then I will leave you all in peace. I'll tell you more about the old...
Thanks, mister. We found some info in the end. Shenhe, look! This tells us how to find Subrosium. All we gotta do is go to the middle of that lake.
Let's go then.
Miss Shenhe, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Just now, in the village, we found your father's diary. It turns out that many of the details in the Divine Damsel of Devastation...
Why?
I know I say that opera always deviates from the truth, but now that the main character is standing right here in front of me, I cannot simply dismiss your lived experience in favor of my father's fiction.
It's okay. I like your version. My master once said that the day I learn how to use my strength for the good of others is the day that I can truly become part of human society. So, I hope that one... But I've never thought this way before.
Don't worry. In fact, I think maybe you...
Shenhe! Yunjin! Cut the chit-chat! Let's go! We can't let someone else beat us to it!
इससे कोई जीत नहीं सकता है बहुत करने में। एक मिनट में इधर कुछ देखा था मैं, वो देखा था उसको लेके आता हूँ। एक चेस्ट जो मैं इधर छोड़ के चला जाऊँ, ऐसा हो नहीं सकता। इतना स्ट्रगल किया है तो चेस्ट छोड़ के जा रहा है। हाँ, उड़ता उड़ता मैं इधर तो आ गया, पर उधर कैसे जाऊँगा? छोड़ो, छोड़ के जाना, जाते हैं बाद में आएंगे आराम से। इधर अब उसमें सर्च करने का ऑप्शन ना दे कि पानी के आजू बाजू ढूंढता रहूँगा मैं। छोड़ उधर है पहले से। टाइम है 17:30 17:30 ये टाइम का अब समझ में आ रहा है मेरे को थोड़ा बहुत।
Don't stay out in the rain for too long. You'll catch a cold. That's everything we need! Let's head back and report in! Paimon's curious if Beto's made any progress.
जल्दी से खत्म करूँ मैं इसको.
Oh, goodness.
So, are they okay?
This is some top quality ore you found. I think I'll get a good end product out of these. Guess now it's my time to shine.
Hey everyone, how's the A-team doing? I ran into a bit...
Leave the wonder cores to me. Don't worry. It won't take me too long.
Much obliged, Master Zhang.
I'll sort that out.
Oh?
Yes. When we first met, in fact, I came specific. Master also said maybe it won't work for me to.
Without knowing the ins, but now that our paths have.
Thank you. So, Master.
Fine by me. I'm actually.
क्या बना के दे रहा है उसे?
Whew. The sigils are ready. Though they are in some respects inferior.
I've finished forging the things you asked for too.
Great! Let's go submit them before someone else gets there.
सिंबल और ये हमको किधर 200 मीटर दूर जाने का है और यहाँ पे जाने के लिए हमको पैदल ही भागने का है. हाँ मैं इधर टेलीपोर्ट हो सकता हूँ. क्या बात है. ये है टेंपल. अरे यहाँ पे टेलीपोर्ट में क्यों हूँ पता नहीं. क्या चलो चबाटे लोग तुमको मार दो क्या लोग. मेरा हो रहा है ऐसी तैसी इतनी देर से कर रहा हूँ कांड. ए बिजली ऊपर चलो ऊपर चलो. बस जल्दी से इसको स्टोरी एंड करो जल्दी.
Ningguang's little secretary! We found all the materials!
Oh, already? All three of you found them together. Okay, the Wonder Cores and Adepti Sigils look good. I hereby announce that the winners...
What? It's over already? I haven't even found the plus strike yet!
I can't believe it. So close, but so far.
I'd like to invite our three winners to please proceed to the Jade Chamber, where Lady Ningguang is waiting for you.
Huh? Where's Beidou? She was right here!
Captain Beidou has some business to attend to. She will join later. Please come with me for now.
Alright then, guess we'll head on up to the Jade Chamber first. This has been a long time coming.
Combine the Adepti Sigils with the Wonder Cores and insert them into the Jade Chamber's control compartment. The construction of the new Jade Chamber is now officially complete. Once the tethers are released, it will soar into the sky. Thank you all for your work. Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise.
Yeah!
Miss Yun, I've already heard something about the reason for your involvement. You are...
That's right. Lady Ningguang, I would like to hear your opinion.
The unveiling of Miss Yun's grand new opera surely requires a venue of equal grandeur. So what would you say if I proposed that we stage your first performance right here? in the newly built Jade Chamber. The Jade Chamber offers a splendid panoramic view of the mountains and the bustling city.
Thank you, Lady Ningguang.
You're quite welcome.
Oh, a traveler, Shenhe, Paimon, I'll be leaving now. Do come and see my play when the time comes.
You're next. What is your question? I should clarify. I do...
Wow. You're a mind reader, Ningguang. Oh well.
Managing a successful business is not as simple as you might think. If you want to know how to make money, I will honor our agreement and give you an answer. But...
Wow. Paimon hadn't even asked the question yet.
Your question was written all over your face. Now look. You helped me rebuild the Jade Chamber, and I intend to repay you handsomely for it. So I promise you that should you one day require financial assistance, you may seek employment here. I will...
Oh, great! So next time we run out of Mora, we just need to come to Ningguang? No more questions from us. Shenhe, you got a question?
Me?
Yes, this is a group effort.
Thank you. But I don't have anything to ask.
Are you sure? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'd urge you not to squander it.
Yeah, just don't waste it. Hold on a second. Paimon can probably think of another one.
Lady Ningguang, do you think I can ever fit in Liyue Harbor?
Now that is an interesting question. Liyue Harbor is very inclusive. As long as you respect the rules here, you will not be turned away. So, the key is whether or not you yourself can develop a sense of belonging in Liyue Harbor.
Oh, a sense of belonging.
Yes. To become fond of a place, to feel part of it, it always requires a reason. Perhaps someone you've met, or something you've experienced here. In short, everyone needs a reason to stay. I hope you can find yours soon.
I see.
Hey, what's going on? I just went to see the fleet. I'm a little later than expected.
Come on, Beidou. It's your turn. Do you have a question for Ningguang?
Me? Nah, I ain't got any questions. She forced me to help out, so I figured I may as well get involved with the contest. Ningguang, don't forget what we talked about. It's not gonna be easy to deal with. I don't think my fleet can take it on their own.
Don't worry. I have made preparations. The wound dressings are ready, and the Millelith have set up an ambush.
Glad to hear it. Watch your back. Stay alert.
Beidou? Ningguang? What are you talking about?
You'll see when the Jade Chamber ascends. However, it's not the most pleasant topic of conversation. When I first set foot in the Jade Chamber, I stood at the edge of the platform and looked down upon Liyue Harbor far below. At that time, I dreamed that one day the Jade Chamber's shadow would be seen in all 7 nations of Teyvat. My wish has not changed to this very day. However, it is not only out of consideration for myself that I have built the Jade Chamber anew at this time. I hope the Jade Chamber will always float in the skies above Liyue Harbor, bearing witness to the prosperity and peace of the human world. And I hope that you can all witness it with me. Let the Ascension ceremony commence!
अरे स्किप तो मारो. अरे स्टोरी है उसका. स्टोरी मोड खेल लो मैं भी. कोई नहीं, स्टोरी में बहुत मजे हैं. स्टोरी देखोगे तो समझ में आएगा गेम क्या चीज़ है. ये क्या फिर से आ गए लोग. ले गलत सीन हो गए. तो ये है विलन जो अपोनेंट में भी ड्रैगन आया है. One more time.
The Avenger of the Vortex, Beisht.
Who is that?
Osial's wife. Final follower of the Overlord of the Vortex.
Sounds like you knew this was coming.
Beto sensed something was
Fight
stirring
time
in the
आ गया,
deep.
fight time.
She warned me months ago. Knowing she harbors hatred toward the Jade Chamber, I chose to rebuild it now as a way of drawing her out.
ये fight time है.
Let's go fetch the addenda.
No. In this human age, the people of Liyue must find a way to overcome this crisis on our strength alone.
अरे अरे ये क्या है? अबे मेरे को लड़ने देते. पिछली बार हम प्रिपेयर नहीं था, इस बार प्रिपेयर हो रखे. कितना खतरनाक है. हाँ क्रिस देख रहे हो क्या? इसकी स्टोरी होती है. बरसात ये इसमें तो चारों तरफ से.
All hands! Tsunami incoming!
What's that? Wait! A giant wave!
क्या होगा अभी? मेन हीरो. पिल गया मेरा प्लेयर तो. ये गलत सीन हो गया ये.
You are a cursed child. Your life brings nothing but disaster to us all.
अपने बारे में
At
सोच
least
रही
if
है.
you die, I can bring her back.
The day you learn how to use your strength for the good of others is the day
अच्छा
that
तो
you
ये
can
सच बोल
truly
रही थी कि
become part
इसकी
of human
स्टूडेंट है.
society.
क्या बात है. ट्रू पावर दिखा अपने. हाँ इसकी पावर है इसकी. क्रिस क्वालिटी देखो तुम. क्वालिटी गेम है ये और सेम क्वालिटी है इसकी. जैसे स्टोरी चल रही है वैसी क्वालिटी है. ये कहाँ जा रही है? हेलो कहाँ चली गई? अबे कहाँ गई? ये क्वालिटी गेम की तुम देखो. तुमको पता चलेगी क्या चीज़ है.
What are you doing here?
मेरे को मिल गया कंट्रोल. क्या बात है?
I hardly see this as a great
अरे मैं
risk.
तो मजाक कर
The
रहा
people
था.
of
अबे
Liyue Harbor are well prepared, and she is already badly injured. Only sheer willpower is keeping her alive. I may be nearing the end of my stamina, but in a fight to the death, I think I have the upper hand.
पिल जाएगी ये तो. पहले से चोट लग रखा था. मर गई. पहले से चोट लग रखा है इसको. क्या बिड़ा रहे तुम मेरे को? पूरी पावर के साथ भेजो. अरे अरे नहीं. अबे कहाँ पावर के साथ भेजो. घंटा इतने सारे फिर इसके हट जा. अबे ये तो मैं मजाक कर रहा था. इन लोगों ने सीरियस ले लिया.
Take your true form.
ये ले हट जाओ.
Frostbite.
अबे मैं क्या इससे चोट लगी क्या इसको?
Obey.
अभी तो फाइट करने का मौका मिला है. आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ.
Manifest.
डैमेज तो पड़ गया. नहीं नहीं पिट रहा हूँ मैं. पिट रहा हूँ. गलत सीन.
In your dreams.
बेटा सपनों में मारियो मेरे को। 3 मंडी है इन लोग की और तीनों के तीनों मेरे पीछे पड़ी हुई है।
Unleash.
अबे इनको अच्छा डैमेज हो रहा है।
Obey.
बच गया, क्या लक है मेरा।
Manifest.
अबे मेरे को ऊपर आने में छोड़ना चाहिए वो, पर डैमेज तो फिर भी किया मैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। किधर से? पिल गया मैं, निकाल इधर से निकाल, पिल रहा हूँ मैं। कोई दिक्कत नहीं, 14,000 हेल्थ है मेरी, खुद में अकेली हुई है मेरे में। ऐसे थोड़ी ना मरूंगा मैं तुम लोग से। मेरे प्लेयर की 14,000 हेल्थ है, अगर मैं रिसेंट में देखूँ मेरी 6,000 हेल्थ है वैसे। पहुंची तक नहीं उस तक। क्या सीन, पिल गया मैं इस बार। डैमेज ही डैमेज, अबे डैमेज ही दे पा रहा हूँ मैं उन लोग को, और कुछ नहीं। मरेंगे कभी, एक भी सर नहीं अभी तक टूटा उसका फूटा।
Unleash! Obey! Cryo incarnate!
अबे एक मुंडी कटने वाली थी, वो भी भग लिया। धीरे धीरे करके मरेंगे ये लोग, ऐसे मक्कारों की तरह फाइट कर रहे हैं लोग। हेल्थ रिकवर कर लूंगा मैं अपनी। नहीं,
Unleash! Obey!
गया ये। मेरी हेल्थ रिकवर हो गई। ओए मक्कार लोग, सेंटर में खड़ा हूँ मैं।
Manifest! Unleash!
ए मुंडी कटवा अपनी, ऐसे मत जाए। अबे ये लोग बचने का रास्ता छोड़े ही नहीं है किधर। रिकवर कर ले जल्दी जल्दी हेल्थ। चल बालक,
Manifest!
हिल गया क्या? चैलेंज कंप्लीटेड। चैलेंज कंप्लीट फेल दिया मैं इसको। अब दिखाएगा इसको मार के आते हुए।
I'm just a little exhausted. Otherwise, fine. I wanted to deal with it myself. I didn't expect you to follow me. Don't worry. She's not coming back anytime soon. After an injury like that, she'll likely seek refuge somewhere else.
How did things go underwater?
It's been dealt with.
Good.
Lady Ningguang, the fleet reports that the sea monster has left Guyun's...
Thank you.
Thanks to the medical... Of course, we owe huge thanks to on behalf of the entire milliliter.
Great. Then next time I watch Miss Yun's opera, I'll be able to take the compliments. I wasn't trying to be a hero, though.
Let the soldiers recuperate.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been monitoring us for some time now.
You wish to hear one's opinion.
That I do not deny. If it came to it, I could always destroy another Jade Chamber.
One has observed your adaptation of the Guizhong ballista. You have learned from past failures and prepense on balance.
While the position of Tianjuan...
Shenhe. One saw you secretly venture out from the mountains a few years ago. Hopefully this trip to Liyue Harbor has been a different experience.
Yes. I can't explain it, but... I feel happier than I expected.
Good. In fact, one has many fond memories of Shenhe's childhood that she may be interested to hear about.
There'll be no need for that.
Oh. They are all like this. Fine. Since you care not to listen, one shan't be telling you.
Please, have a good rest. Come, we must celebrate both the completion of...
सेव कर सकते हैं भैया सेव बोल रहा हूँ स्टोरी ख़त्म क्या टेम्पल पे चलते हैं स्टोरी ख़त्म हुई तभी तो मैं जाऊँ थोड़ा पता चला मैं भी बंद किया और कल दोबारा से इधर से खेलने को मिल रहा है वे जेट चैम्बर में जाना था पर कैसे उधर कैसे पहुंचूंगा मैं जेट चैम्बर में कैसे जा सकते हैं हम लोग इधर तो कुछ है नहीं जो उधर पहुंचूंगा मैं पर वहां तक तो पहुंच ही नहीं सकता मैं किसी भी कीमत पे हत्या नहीं ना मैं फ्लाई कर सकता हूँ ना मैं टेलीपोर्ट हो सकता हूँ उधर तो मेरा कुछ है भी नहीं टेलीपोर्ट करूँगा पर ये किला जो है इधर से चलते हैं टेंपल है ना टेंपल 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 कुछ तो करना ही होगा जिससे मैं पूछूंगा एक मिनट उठा जा रहा है इधर से इसका पीछा करना है क्लाइम का सीढ़ी लगा के जाऊंगा इसके ऊपर क्लाइम करने के लिए बोल रहा है उस पर
wonder when I'll be as tall as my...
चुप। मेरे पास किधर इधर किसी पहाड़ पे ऑप्शन है क्या ऊपर चढ़ने का? अच्छा स्टॉप वाले पे है क्या? इस पे से चढ़ सकता हूँ पर मैं इधर जाने का ऑप्शन ही नहीं है। ये मिशन वीगन क्या मिशन है ये? उधर तक पहुँचूँगा कैसे मैं? एक मिनट, चम्मच का निशान किधर लगाया था मैं? मतलब खोदने वाला निशान किधर लगाया था? किस पहाड़ पे लगाया हूँ मैं? इसके ऊपर कैसे जाएंगे हम? इसके ऊपर जा ही नहीं सकते हैं। किसी को पता है क्या इसके ऊपर कैसे जाएं? अगर हम इसको ऑफ कर दें, उड़ने से जाने दें इसको ऊपर।
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
हम इसको फुल अपग्रेड कर सकते हैं। दोनों दो अटैक के लिए तो इसको अपग्रेड कर दो, क्या दिक्कत है?
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full. Catch the wind.
मैं इधर से सोच रहा हूँ, इधर से जा सकता हूँ क्या मैं वहाँ पे? मुश्किल लग रहा है वहाँ तक जाना। अबे बहुत दूर है, फिर भी कैसे जाएगा यहाँ से? मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा। अबे इसको मदद करना चाहिए ना, ये टेलीपोर्ट करता कुछ करता वहाँ तक। नहीं तो चुपके उतरा उधर ही खड़ा है एकदम, पता नहीं क्या करना है। पर ये गेम वालों ने भी ऐसा पता रखा है, कैसे जाऊंगा मैं उसके ऊपर इतना ऊपर, कि दूसरा ऑप्शन देना चाहिए इन लोग को। और इधर भी ये बकचोदी, इतना ऊपर कैसे जाना है मेरे को, कोई कुछ तो बताया ही नहीं है। क्या उसके ऊपर ऐसे गिरना है तो वो चलेगा कुछ होगा? ये किस लिए दे रखा है, इसका क्या काम है? गायब हो गया। कोई मतलब नहीं, कितना भी दिमाग लगा लो ऊपर जाने का नहीं है मेरे को, कोई चीज़ ढूंढना पड़ेगा जिससे मैं ऊपर जा सकता हूँ। या मैं इसके ऊपर पंच मारता हूँ अभी, अपने अभी पता चल जाएगा, नहीं तो मर जाएगा तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं रहेगा। अरे चल ले रे।
Oh, so sorry.
थोड़ा कल इधर से कंटिन्यू करते हैं, साला ऊपर से